Hello everyone, it's Tuesday, so that means we're streaming. I'm Money Black Mage, and we're gonna do a watch along Tuesday. Ooh, because I love watching gaming conventions every single year. It's always fun to see what's good, what's coming up soon. It's like a buffet. People always come at game conventions in a very bizarre way. See, you can always tell based on someone's reaction, their position about shows or games in general. You see, if you walk into a game show, not a game show, but like a game industry show, and you think the whole production is about, I want all the games to be games that I want, or I want 90% of the games to be what I want. You're an idiot. I'll tell you that right now. You are an entitled brat because the game industry doesn't revolve around you. The world of games is very big, very varied. That's like going into a library thinking every single book has to be interesting to you, or going into a buffet thinking that every single entree they provide has to be per your taste. You are foolish. You go into a grocery store, you're not going to buy one of literally everything. You're just going to buy what you want, enjoy, and then move on with your life. And you seriously think that a entertainment thing, a production is going to be casting a very wide net, somehow gives a shit about your personal taste? Get over yourself. I've had a very good day, which is why I have to throw shade out at the beginning. So, now that that's out of my way, let's go ahead and get started. I actually have not watched any. But only, what if the person isn't an idiot but just has wide, stupid tastes? Hey, Franz. In that case, they're going to be widely disappointed then. Because if you have very wide taste but they're awful, then you just set yourself up for more disappointment, wouldn't you think? But yeah, let's get started. I haven't watched any of this. I've stayed off social media. But I can tell from the very title here, obviously, there's apparently Sonic, Hogwarts Legacy, and Outlast Trials. By Sonic, I'm assuming they're talking about the Sonic game that's coming out later this year. Frontiers, I think it is. Hogwarts Legacy, which they showed off last year. Or was it earlier this year? I know they showed it off last year, but there was a really good like gameplay preview that they showed, I think, early in the year. It actually looked pretty good. And Outlast Trials, I have not heard of. So I heard that this show's supposed to have like 30 different premieres. So we'll see what happens. Let's get started. Hopefully Jeff Keeley doesn't have copyrighted music on here, but knowing him, if there's like on YouTube, this came out actually early in the afternoon. So if there is like any sort of like weird thing where they stop and they have a break or they have a musical segment, we're just gonna skip right past that.
Welcome to the stage,
So
the creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keeley.
I don't know if Jeff Keeley can be credited with the Game Awards. The Game Awards existed before Keeley, but he absolutely is the man who brought it to the mainstream. Credit where credit's due.
Everybody, how you doing? It is so great to have a live crowd with us here in Cologne, Germany.
By the way, I'm totally gonna be eating chips and salsa while I watch this. This is entertainment for me too.
I gotta say, I am so excited.
Jeff
to be
Keeley
here
looks at
with
shoes,
you.
by the way. Always look at his shoes.
2019 live in
He's looking for that
person in
fit.
Germany, and in the past 2 years, we had to do it virtually.
Gamescom has always taken a backseat, of course, from Americans, but the European gaming sphere is very, very different from our own.
And we connected with all of you virtually, and the fact that we're back here in person, I don't want to ever take this for granted before. So, guys, are you ready for a fun show?
Yeah, let's have a fun show.
Well, I gotta
Nice
say,
stage
we
event,
have
by the way,
a lot
though.
of great stuff for you tonight. We have tons of world premieres. The entire industry has come together to showcase the future for you. We've got games like Sonic Frontiers,
Okay.
Callisto Protocol,
Nice.
Outlast Trials, Hogwarts
Don't know what that
Legacy,
is.
Gotham
Okay.
Knights.
I don't care about
And
Gotham Knights.
A lot of surprises of things that we didn't talk about in it.
Did I miss
So
Outlast
we've got some good
Trials?
stuff
Like, is
for you
that the
tonight
Outlast
here
series or the
at
Trials
Gamescom.
series? Or
And
something that's a
I
weird
can't wait to
fusion.
get started. We've got 2 hours of stuff, so should we just get right to it?
Yes.
All right.
What is your jacket made out of? What a weird material.
A live crowd. We got to surprise you with some stuff tonight too. So let's start things off with our first world premiere. It's a new world from a brand new team.
Okay, I thought it said like it's a new world, like, oh, it's new world? Okay, I guess I get an expansion. But okay. A new world, not new world.
We want a community.
Oh, is this the Civilization-like game that they showed off? That was like on every single show?
I think it's human nature to navigate uncharted territory.
No, this is something different.
A place where we're free to explore, to be creative, and to share.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing, Franz. It looks like a weird windbreaker, but it's like not like a full windbreaker, you know? I was thinking the same thing.
I think ultimately, like, that's kind of been the big ambition, is to create this kind of like open world that can be built out in every direction.
I think it's every day is a new
So is it a
exploration,
4X game?
it's constantly growing.
We've put a lot of focus, I think, on the current zeitgeist and what it means to represent yourself digitally.
This is more than a game.
The current zeitgeist.
It's a labor of passion.
The dream is to create a whole new world for the next generation of gamers, and
Is this an MMO?
we've kind of captured that.
Players will
Is this a meta game?
massive part in this. It's not going to be just our game. It's not going to be just what we decide to do with it.
There's something in it that will definitely appeal to you.
If you're leading the show, this better be something big.
The really thrilling.
Because you're showing me concept art, and that's not exactly thrilling.
Excited for people to see what we've been spending the last 5
Oh god,
years
please don't say it's an
putting our
NFT
souls into.
4X game. Jesus Christ. That would be next generation, that's for sure.
Everywhere has become more than just a video game for us. And
They're
today,
talking like it's something out of meta.
Give you a peek behind the curtain at what we've been working on.
Is it a VR game? Okay, I don't know what that logo means. We got cars. We got environments, different biomes. Got any gameplay to go with these environments? Everywhere. Okay. What am I looking at? That art with the dude looks like a different art style from the trailer.
There you go, everywhere. And
I
I'm sure
don't
you
know what I
have
looked at.
questions, and joining me
Yes, I
now
do
from
have
Build
questions.
Boy is Adam
I'm
White,
questioning
who
why
will
you chose
hopefully answer some of
3
those,
minutes of our
because
time with that
we're
weird
a
ass
little
trailer.
confused, but we want to know a lot about this. So tell us,
What? It's a
everywhere,
waste
what
of
kind
time.
game is this? What can you
When
tell
you
us?
have your developers come out and say,
First thing
we
I
made a
would say
game that
it's really exciting to
we
see
made a
what
game that
has been
is something that we really think is going to be good. Just show it, please. Just show. Don't
today
tell.
here at Gamescom.
If we're impressed, we're
Now, I
impressed.
won't be able to reveal everything, but what I can say is that really we're not trying to make a normal game. I think the scope and ambition of this project are quite unlike anything else. We want to build our own
This is
world
such PR
for
speak.
gamers, and not just a place to play, but
This
one
is
to
made
share,
by gamers
create,
for
hang out with
gamers.
your friends, and so much more.
Well, I gotta say, the end of the
Told me
trailer, I
nothing.
think we all were taken aback by. Whoa, change art style. This seems
Yeah,
totally
exactly.
different. What, is that part of everywhere? What can you tell us?
Well, yes, that's one of the many surprises we've got in store for players. I mean, we are passionate about making games and telling stories, but ultimately we made Everywhere to be a place where players can make their own experiences, be who they
Oh,
want to be,
God.
and tell their own stories. But we're still passionate about making immersive and cinematic experiences that players can just...
These are all buzzwords. I want an immersive and cinematic experience, but a player-driven, open-world, ambitious title. All of this is nonsense. There is zero excitement for this game for me.
Any sense of when we're going to get to play this thing? Where are you at in development?
Well, I'm delighted to say that we aim to have Everywhere in the hands of players in 2023, but we've got many more things to show and tell.
I mean, it's 2024. If you don't have a year on your project,
For you to sign up on our
we're
website,
talking 2 years.
everywhere.game. But really, today was just a sneak peek behind the curtain.
Hey, Nova, how's it going?
We've been so hard at work on, and we're really excited.
There have been MMOs like that before that don't player bases anymore. If this, you're playing a dangerous gambit because you need to be competitive right out the gate for an MMO. Because people kind of like pick their MMO and stay there. And if you're getting in that space, you got to be competitive, man.
World premiere announcement.
Well, that was a flop. Way to open. Ooh, legendary.
Not fear.
They are the leader of B-budget games. Exactly. Interested in the DualSense Edge controller? Oh, the PlayStation is a new type of controller? I mean, I think the existing DualSense is Garbo.
Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration.
Oh, is this Dune? Is this that Dune game they talked about last year? I think it was like a 4X game. It was like a strategy game. Are we finally seeing more of that?
I will face my fear.
He's got glowing eyes. Yep, this is Dune. Cool, are they gonna show more?
And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear is gone.
Or is this a different game? Is it an action game? I didn't realize Dune would be making 2 games.
Only I will remain.
Okay, so it's definitely Dune. That was easy, good pickup. Dune Awakening. An open world survival MMO. I thought they were working on... Is this a separate game? This has to be a separate game. Speaking of MMOs, dude, I don't know if a Dune MMO is gonna...
Trust me, the fun is just
I don't know, man.
tonight. All right, how many of you out there are fans of PlayStation?
Conan, yeah, this actually, it did have vibes of
Fun
Conan.
surprise for you. I said PlayStation, what can we do for all the fans coming together here at Gamescom? And right now, I'm honored to share this global PlayStation announcement with you right here at Gamescom.
Global PlayStation announcement. Did Jeff put on a little weight? Did I see a little pop belly there? Is this that controller you're talking about, Nova? It has replaceable joysticks. Wow, that's 2 generations old tech. Congratulations, they made their own version of a scuff control. Means because it's a modular controller. This isn't new, by the way. It's just new for the DualSense. Having a modular controller is old news, and modular controllers, by the way, somebody who's sold these things for the better half of a decade, they are made out of cheap. They are meant to break, and customizable. Well, you said at the same time. Customizable colors are incredibly expensive. It's gonna be at least $250.
If you guys want to learn more about the brand new controller, you can head to PlayStation blog, and thanks to PlayStation for sharing that announcement with us here at Gamescom. All right, next up, the Callisto.
I can't say I'm excited about that. I'm excited about this. I'm not excited about the modular controller because we've had modular controllers. What's new about that? That's a wide angle for that boy. That's a big boy right there.
All the way over in the middle of development to Gamescom. We really appreciate it.
Yes, show me more Callisto. I'm on board for this.
Jeff, the response has been fantastic for a new IP. I couldn't ask for anything more. So I want to thank the fans, and I want to thank my team.
So here's the thing.
Just really killing
You know, but I can tell he's bigger because his jacket's very big on him. Look at his arms, look at his shoulders. His jacket isn't fitted. I feel he actually lost weight. He probably bigger dude, and he actually slimmed down. So his jacket makes him look bigger and baggier than he already is. He's still got a little work to go, but he looks better.
We've got 2 sections. The first one is going to show some
Yes, gameplay. Let's go.
The second one is something new from the game, a little different than what we've shown with a pretty crazy ending.
Yes, it is. You guys.
The last one had a pretty crazy ending. I'm loving this.
You're known certainly in the team for your work on Dead Space, and that
of
game,
course.
we love the strategic dismemberment. I understand you're kind of one-upping things for this game.
Well, we got dismemberment, and we've shown the Gorge system, and today we're going to show a couple new things, including one that we're showcasing called mutations. So the enemies may sometimes have these tentacles that come out. And if you don't shoot them, take them out on time, this guy in real time is going to mutate in front of you into something bigger, badder, faster, meaner, and he's going to be taking you out.
Oh, that's actually kind of cool. So if you don't kill the enemies fast enough, they're going to just evolve into a bigger, badder version. That's a good way to introduce some panic and stress. That's good. That's a good angle.
Thank you.
Hey Lynn, how's it going? They're like, this is like Dead Space, deal with it. Push him. There we go. Nice. So we have stealth, which is kind of interesting. But honestly, more Dead Space, more like good Dead Space, no problems with that, man. Totally down. Alright, so he's starting to evolve, so the tentacles are a signal he's going to evolve. I wonder if he's going to get up from that. That kind of explains why in the first trailer we saw these dudes, and then like the weird monstrous version dudes. I like that Dead Space is clear, like, shooting in the head. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Just like Dead Space. I want to see him evolve into something. Nice. Oh, so there's a dodge system. Cool. Oh, interesting. I wonder if they evolve into different forms based on the type of trauma they received. Walking through some poop water. Nobody likes space poop water. That's the worst kind of poop water. So whenever you have a sliding section like this, what's going to be on everybody's mind is going to compare you to is Tomb Raider, and are you going to have incredibly gory executions? Because yeah, sliding is nothing new, but Tomb Raider probably did it best. Oh, gosh, that. Ah. I've seen better deaths, but that wasn't bad. At least there is contextual death there. Yeesh, coming out December?
All right, that's pretty good, right? We got lots more.
Excited to leave on the oven for a little bit. I kind of feel the same way. I feel it needs a little bit more polish. Maybe it's from an early build, but who knows. Still, the core gameplay looks fun.
I'm your guide for tonight for all the happenings around Gamescom, and I'm really excited to be here because the heart of gaming is beating once again, and game devs and publishers from all around the world are making their way to Cologne to show you hundreds of new games. So if you're not here yet and still can come by, make sure to drop by, and if you can't, make sure to drop by next year because it is definitely worth it.
What is her accent?
And one of the highlights we have this year is we actually have the largest indie area ever, bringing visitors and devs closer together than anywhere else in the world. And you can meet the makers of the most original and fantastic and creative games here. And if you're not here, and if you can't make it here, do not worry. You can also check out the Indie Arena booth online at gamescom.global. Jeff, it's back to you.
Thank you, Melly, and you'll be with us all night. We've got Gamescom awards to come and other things too. But let's get right back to the world premieres. This next one is one you've been waiting for a long time to see. Let's take a
Breath of the
look
Wild
at this
2?
brand new world premiere.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
After an age of the cruelest tyranny, man finally defeated its overlord. The gods do not fall forever. The
champions of war united and began
This seems like a strategy game. I don't recognize it though.
colossal remains. For some forces, even death cannot end. But now, eons later, the fallen god's influence pervades the
I don't know if this is something I've been waiting for. I don't even know what this is.
even sworn
Franz, were you waiting for this? You said you haven't been waiting for this? Okay, well, somebody's been waiting for this. Feels like we were at a table and somebody ordered some weird appetizer and nobody knows who ordered it. This looks like a strategy game to me.
though from these darkest
But I don't recognize the series.
new heroes arise. To defy the gods, one must embrace the darkness. And so lies our only hope.
Am I eating something? Yeah, I'm eating chips and salsa right now. Because this is entertainment for me too. If we're gonna be sitting down for a show, you gotta have snacks. Hey Javier, how are you? By the way, thank you for jumping in and volunteering to be part of the fire team for the raid first thing, but it turns out the guy who was gonna drop out came back and said it was actually okay schedule-wise, so we're actually okay. I appreciate you jumping in though. You just know that this is the opening CGI movie and this is not gameplay. I'll say, screw you, Jeff Keeley. You know this is monetized music. God damn you. He's like, ha, ha, stream friendly. Ha ha ha, eat a dick. God damn it. Just as well. It's not like these streams are monetized anyway. Yeah, he's gonna come back to life because it's a Souls-like game. Yep. I have no idea what this is. What game you wish? Oh shit, it is a... So wait, we already had Lords of the Fallen. Is this a prequel called The Lords of the Fallen? I'm gonna tell you right now, the first Lords of the Fallen was a jank mess.
They dropped the two, the Lords of the Fallen.
Okay, that's what I thought.
For another new game announcement, the sequel
Lords of the Fallen was an early Souls-like game. I was trying to cash in on the thing. The problem with it was that it had good ideas. It looked okay. It just ran jank as hell. The combat was very jank. That's what killed it. So if they fix that, great. The art style looks cool.
Visit exotic destinations. Move your dreams, whoever you are. Apply today.
Is this like that Moving Out game?
No worries.
People say Moving Out's pretty good.
Welcome. You're hired. Open a door of new opportunities. Work alone or with a friend, or two, or more.
I think the thing that bothers me about this game is that your avatars are looking up to the sky. That's kind of weird to me. Like, why would you do that? Watch where you're going. These are fun party games, though. Yeah, this is definitely a fun party game. Oh, yeah, so it is a sequel. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it looks like Moving Out. It is Moving Out. Moving Out 2. Yeah, I heard good things about Moving Out. I heard it's a really fun party game. I heard some levels get really crazy. Okay, I'm interested in Hogwarts Legacy.
Into the Potterverse. You guys excited for Hogwarts Legacy?
They're called the Potterverse. Is that what they actually call it? The Potterverse? Do they say that? Is that a thing they say?
The brand new trailer for you to take a look at. I don't want to say much and spoil much. This is an incredible trailer. I hope you enjoy it.
The more we know about Salazar Slytherin and the dark arts, the better prepared we'll be.
If either of you uses dark magic, I will notify the headmaster immediately.
I always thought the world of wizards always had very inconsistent.
A spell that could save your life shouldn't be unforgivable.
The dark arts seem harmless until it's too late.
None of us will
Like, what defines a magic spell as dark, you know?
It's up to us. I can teach you Crucio, or I can cast it on you.
Like, I guess curses maybe are a different type of magic, you know? It's like the Force. Is Force lightning a bad thing? Like, what's the big deal? You're just throwing lightning at something. How is that somehow intrinsically evil?
What have the two of you done?
Look better. This was just whatever. This is a story trailer, I think. That was just a pre-order thing. 3-day early access and a bunch of cosmetic shit. On literally everything, including Switch. Not Game Pass, though. So they feel pretty confident about this one.
That's right, it's time to step into the world of Borderlands.
Oh, the new Borderlands, or Tales from the Borderlands. That's new.
Company, Randy Pitchford. Randy, great to see you here.
Thanks for the intro, Jeff. I think a lot of
I still haven't played the first Tales when we were playing Borderlands.
Any Borderlands fans in the house?
I think he's wore that shirt before. We did the magic trick that didn't work out.
Some of you hardcore folks saw the leak, but I'm here to officially
I didn't even know about the leak.
New Tales from the Borderlands.
So, tell us about this. We remember Tales from the Borderlands. This is new Tales from Borderlands. This is new characters, new story.
It is. You know, I loved the original game, and so that's why we got some of the original storytellers and writers that were back in the day at Telltale and developed an all-new storyline with all new characters, created with production from Gearbox Studio Quebec. It's an all-new
So when will this
experience,
take place, I
and,
guess?
we're here to show it for the first time today. You guys want to check
Is
it
it
out?
October this year?
Let's do it. It's coming soon.
Hey, Gaga, how are you
That's
today?
right. Coming in October of this year. October this year, all platforms.
October this year, all platforms, including Stadia, including the Switch.
Most stories in the Borderlands start bloody. They end bloody too. Sometimes, all it takes to change the galaxy is a trio of losers trying to get through a bad day.
We are in the middle of a Tediore invasion.
Leave immediately!
So now this one's featured Tediore. Got it.
They think there was a vault key being kept on the station.
If we can find whatever's in that vault before Tediore does, we can change our lives.
No offense, whoever's voicing that guy, I'm not feeling the presentation.
Like, really bad. Tediore has many guns. Talking guns. Guns with legs.
I'm gonna blast you so freaking fast! Shut up, Richard!
Tediore weapons were fun.
I always wanted to change the
Alright, so he mustache, so it must be during that era.
But more importantly, we'll be drowning in
Oh, Lynn, you can see comments that are held for review? Oh, that's pretty good. Go ahead and approve anything's not explicitly, like, weird or something like that. Like, Franz must have used a word that's, like, blacklisted.
Don't worry about them. They're just, yeah, don't worry about them.
I don't see them from Streamlabs. I'm reading chat from Streamlabs, so I actually don't see those notifications.
Come back to the city and join the deadliest spectacle of this season.
Oh, is this, Saints Row?
I'm gonna tell you a story about a species that survived millennia. Homo neanderthalensis. Homo rhodesiensis.
No, this is not. This is something else.
All of them wiped out by the deadliest species of all. Us. I am Astrid. This is the new arena. And my advice
If it's Techland, is this a Dying Light, section or something? There's no zombies, though. This definitely looks like Dying Light, combat, though. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's simply Dynamite. This is some sort of expansion. Techland supports their games very well.
For survival, but today you fight for glory. Anyone can be a warrior. What makes you different?
It was Greasy M. Yeah, okay.
Of a champion.
It's funny, I actually did see that comment then, so I see it on Streamlabs, but it doesn't show me that's been flagged. That's interesting.
So you want to join me?
Is this... Okay, I will say, like, it's not Sea of Thieves, the art style's different. It's not Skull and Bones, because the graphics look better than that. Okay, so it's a turn-based ship naval combat. That's kind of cool.
Product not yet
Cool.
rated.
You do you, man. Down for the pirates. I thought it was like Raid, Shadow Legends. Sure. Team 17. They've done some stuff. Ooh, did a Destiny 2 trailer. I already saw this earlier. The new season, by the way, is we're pirates right now. We're literally on spacefaring pirates. And in this one, we're going to like a cyberpunk world. And we're getting our new 5th class. We're basically ninjas. This is Neptune. Brand new planet location. Very excited. We got new enemy races, new powers. And most importantly, they're giving us all a grapple hook. Very excited. The only thing that bothers me is that Lightfall is written just like Lightyear. Guys, you could choose a different font. I'm excited.
Hello again! This Saturday, the Gamescom Awards will be handed out to the winners of the best games on the show floor. Only submitted games showing at Gamescom will be eligible to be nominated, and the awards will be streamed on all Gamescom channels, so make sure to tune in. But tonight, I'm allowed to...
Is this the end of the city? So we discovered that the last city is not the last city, which is something Dune warned us about. And when we go to Neptune, we find there's actually been a pocket of humanity that's been evolving differently from us. Like, they learned, like, different cybernetics, different way to combat the darkness and the light. They don't use it like we do. And so we go over there like, yo, what's up, cuz? Here you got some darkness ships. Might we help you with that?
Warhammer 40,000 Darktide.
Darktide looks very good.
And the winner is Metal Hellsinger. And
Oh, we're giving out
the
awards.
award is Sheila Vikström, executive producer.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna
at
skip
The
this.
Outsiders. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Wow, this is a lot of.
No offense, lady. You're very grateful. We're grateful for you. Let's move on.
Think I really.
It's the advantage of watching us later in the day. Load time.
Passion, kindness, and empathy, just as much as any other craft in games, would be the key to successful game development. And it's precisely those qualities that my team possess and why I'm so privileged to
Okay,
be
she's
working
almost
with
done.
them every day. I love you guys at home. I miss you so much. So what I want to say to you, my industry friends and colleagues, is
I'm
treat
better
each
than
other
you,
with
and I'm the one with you.
heart, kindness, and respect
also-
every day. Make games with humanity. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Now I'm gonna make my game with augmented humanity with AI robots.
Thank you, Melly. Well, the world premiere train keeps going. It's time to move to the world of Sonic. Any Sonic Hedgehog fans out there?
Nobody raising their hands. That's so brutal.
Sonic 2 movie, which was a ton of fun earlier this year. Well, Sonic Frontiers
brutal.
is in development, and we've
I
got
don't
a
know
brand new
if it's
trailer
even
for
Europe.
you and confirmation of the release date too. Check this out.
Will they make Sonic Frontiers look interesting, is my question. Because they just showed a big old world of nothing. You know they're gonna sell that thing. That's instant marketing.
Submit. Your reckless actions endanger the world.
This is actually a Nier Automata crossover. So we still have stages? Look how textured his gloves are. Sonic's gonna fight the nobodies, gonna get a Keyblade. Ah, Soul Hackers 2. Yeah, I saw him drawing circles around a thing. I put him on Ranger as well, Mike. That's either power or some sort of thing. It's the Bionis versus the Mechanis. This is coming out that soon? I don't know, man. So, I saw stages.
There you go. It is coming this year, Sonic Frontiers. All right, well now, another European studio wanted to use Gamescom ONL as a platform to announce another narrative experience. This comes from...
Because here's the thing with this, with that Sonic game, just real fast. Is, wait, is that French studio? Is this going to be Plague Tale? Oh, okay, no. I would love to see more on Plague Tale Requiem. I'm very excited for that. Oh, Quantic Dream? Never mind. Move on. I can talk over this.
So many things
I can this is a Quantic Dream game. So, all this showing so far is like, we're doing open world, but we're not going to call it open world, it's open zone. They just keep showing environments where you get on little tracks and you get zipped around somewhere, but like, what are you actually doing in this game besides taking longer to get from point A to point B?
Touch the bottom and go to sleep.
Yes, they're approaching their own version of, like, quote-unquote, an open area, and that's fine to just be open area. But at the same time, it looks like you're trying to double zones. So, like, which is it? I don't really feel you've married the two game designs.
Deep under the waves.
Quantic Dream is made by a dude who couldn't hack it making movies, and so he makes movies and calls them games. There is incidentally proud for that.
Here to talk about Goat Simulator 3. We got to announce this back at Summer Game Fest. And now it's time to see the gameplay of Goat Simulator 3 for the first time. Let's
You may see gameplay. Anybody who's played Goat, they're in. It's all about shenanigans and memes. And that's okay. It's exactly what you signed up. Although I have to say, that first trailer for Goat Simulator 3 was hilarious. That was a very good trailer. It's so funny how this jank physics, like, experiment became its own thing. The studio behind this should be pretty proud. You never got these games? It's just literally just about, it's a sandbox. It's a sandbox physics engine that ragdolls. It's all about ragdolling. It's a ragdoll sandbox, and you're just about having fun. In fact, the whole point of all this looking complete like what the hell, it's coming from every angle. Exactly. Exactly. Also, tons of memes. There's a million memes in these games. It is pop culture reference city. But the cool thing is that, like, if you get it, you get it, and if you don't get it, it's okay. It's just something weird.
November 17th, that has literally about everything you could imagine in it. Goat Simulator 3. All right. A lot of people ask me how I got started in the industry, and what I loved doing when I was a kid with my brother, we would play PC adventure games, and I grew up playing classic LucasArts and Sierra adventure games. You guys remember Monkey Island by chance?
They're still making games.
I am so excited because there is a new Monkey Island in development right now.
I know, you announced it last year, Jeff Keeley. I remember.
Return to Monkey Island, and tonight
And people hated the art style for it, which I think is a bit unfair, because Monkey Island games are more about the gameplay than the art style. As long as the writing and the gameplay is good, people will like Monkey Island. Will I play Ghost Simulator? I played Ghost Simulator. Will I play Ghost Simulator 3? I don't know. I feel it's just more of the same. I had my fun with it.
Is about to bear fruit. But I wouldn't be doing my job if I just dropped the details on you without a little build-up. I want you to see the kind of fine
People are whiny babies about graphics. I'm gonna refine that statement and say shallow people are whiny babies about graphics. And I absolutely agree with you. Because the only people that whine about graphics are very shallow people.
How did you find me? Return to Monkey Island launches September 19th, which happens to be...
Because this game obviously is going for a style, and when you're going for a stylistic aesthetic, you immediately ignore the whole graphics art. Just why people who are shallow hate that, because they don't believe in style.
As a bonus, I'm ready to unload this shipment of beautiful horse armor to anyone who pre-orders Return to Monkey Island. It'll look...
Here's the funny about the horse armor story. Horse armor, when it came out, was $3, and everybody flipped their shit about it being a debacle of cosmetic microtransactions. These days, you wish you could just pay $3 to put armor on your horse. Be prepared to shell out like $10, and it's so commonplace. Only on Switch and PC, baby.
Oh my god. A month away, and I love the horse armor does absolutely nothing. It just sits in your inventory. Return to Monkey Island. Cannot wait for that. All right, now let's turn to the world of Unknown Worlds, the creators of Subnautica. As we've teased, they are here today at Gamescom.
I never got into Subnautica, but I respect the empire they built.
It's a brand new.
I also will never play Subnautica because if you've ever read the wiki, you know that one of my most mortal weaknesses is dark water and incredibly deep water, and I absolutely would be.
Hi, I'm Brandon.
I would have an anxiety attack.
You know me as the author of the Mistborn series, the Stormlight Archive, or as the guy
Yes,
who finished
Brandon
up the
Sanderson.
Gorge
Everybody
trilogy.
effing knows you.
Over the last few years, I've been working closely with my friends at Unknown Worlds on the exciting project we're revealing today. You, of course, know Unknown Worlds for creating immersive and fantastical worlds like the incredible Subnautica series. When they reached out to me, I was absolutely thrilled to help craft the expansive sci-fi universe in which their next game is set. This
What? Were
has
you?
been a
Did you
hard
even
one
play
to keep, and we're
Subnautica,
so
Brian
excited to
Sanderson?
finally show you what we've
I
created
wonder
together.
about that.
So, without further ado, this is Moonbreaker.
I'm gonna put your real gamer card so I can check your credentials. All real gamers have one. So is this a MOBA but with tabletop aesthetic? Oh, it's just a tactical strategy game. I don't know, that's kind of cool actually. Wait, this is literally like playing an actual Warhammer, except you don't need as many on all the crap, and the rules are figured out for you. Actually, that's kinda cool. I'm kind of down for this. I thought for a second they were going to do more stuff, but this just looks like a good idea. That Existoni is called Machias. Oh, Machiacus? Machiacus? Mechaniacus? Mechalacaling down. Oh, you can virtually paint your figurines. Okay, they know the crowd that is going after, and I respect that. Mechanicus. You know what would be really cool, but they will never do this, is when the manga takes this and they absolutely adapt 40k to it. And you literally complete 40k using this. That's literally what this is. 40k is too cowardly and way too money grubbing that they are going to go ahead and do this. But that's exactly what you want, is you want those systems, or like, I would like to play the Star Wars system, for example. Or, there's another one, another IP. But like, this is really cool. That's a good idea. I'm down for this.
Yeah, so people thought we were kind of crazy.
This looks really fun. I kind of wish they made this like during quarantine. I feel like they would make a killing if not for quarantine.
Underwater game, survival. So I feel like we've done this before. We love changing genres, but I'm hoping, our Subnautica fans will still come along for playing a digital miniatures game. I hope.
Well, it's so cool.
Dude, a digital miniatures game is brilliant.
Everyone loves miniatures, but how do you translate that into gameplay? What is the gameplay of this
Well,
game?
it's simple. You code the rules, and the engine kind of does that.
The Galaxy or Firefly kind of feel.
Okay, I didn't really get that vibe. I don't really care about that. But I am down for digital tabletop. That's cool.
And you build a roster, kind
that
of
looks
like a
cool.
traditional miniatures game. And every unit in the game is really like strange and special and kind of game breaking. So yeah, you deploy units and you move them around on the battlefield, and you get all these crazy game-changing powers.
You got Ratchet and Clank for free. That's probably the best price to get for Ratchet and Clank.
Well,
That's about what I'm willing to pay for Ratchet and Clank. So I'm waiting for it to just become part of one of their freemium services.
The thing I want to get to is the painting of miniatures, which you saw a tease of in the trailer. And I know you actually, painting was cathartic for you sort of during the pandemic, right?
Yeah, so the painting, I mean, you can't have a miniatures game without painting.
True.
And during the lockdown, I just found myself like learning to draw and just zoning out and feeling really relaxed when the world was basically falling apart around us. And
don't be so
try to
dramatic.
capture that feeling. It's not like Photoshop or like special technical tools or anything like that. We just simulate washes, dry brushing. We've got decals. This feels like you're actually painting a real miniature. And I have to say, because everyone is surprised by it, like all the miniatures you see painted in the game are all painted with the tool. Wow. So it's like actually pretty powerful.
Amazing. Well, it's so cool that you're revealing it here, and
It's low key, actually. I see a lot of potential with this game.
Wow.
No lie.
Yeah, it's more. We're over in the crafting booth.
Okay.
So with this guy, his jacket's too tight. Look at where his button is. It is way too
Steam playtest in September. We have a couple open weekends, and then we're going to be launching into Steam Early Access September 29th. So it's really close.
Only a month.
Yeah, see how getting on the shoulders and the mid torso. His jacket's too tight.
All right, Charlie Cleveland.
That button is stressing.
Thank you so much, Charlie. And now it's time to reveal another game with a very catchy tune in the trailer. Check this out.
Let me tell you about the friends that invested all they had on a shady site that looked like a scam. It said buy this magic cards to play the coolest game and fight against your friends with no consequence.
Oh, I thought for a second like somebody was literally gonna get their brains. This went dark fast, and all their friends are killing each other. Wow, this is some battle royale or something. It's okay because it's all cartoony, but everybody's literally dying. This is funny. Whoa, he just got headshot, cut in half.
Inspired by the familiar story of Pinocchio, Lies of P is a new action Souls-like game that is coming out from NeoWiz, and you guide Pinocchio on his unrelenting journey.
Souls like Pinocchio is not what I thought I'd hear today.
Looks absolutely
Lies
great.
of
We've got
P.
a brand new gameplay trailer to show you, and this game is also coming to Xbox Game Pass on day one. Let's check it out.
Can you hear me? I hope this reaches you. This city is falling apart. Chaos, madness, death. And there might be no going back. But you can change that.
Of course, it's steampunk.
It's on the choice you make. Truth or lie.
Pinocchio, by the way, is like your actual story is very effed up. If you ever want to see some interesting, like grim fairy tales as well, but don't let the Disney interpretation fool you. They are very dark tales. They can make for some very interesting worlds. This actually looks good.
Only you can do this. Please, help me.
A real boy.
Finally, we meet.
Father Geppetto turns into Father Gasgano. Wow, cool. He really does.
The light shines brightest in the darkest.
And this is coming on Game Pass. I was like, oh boy, I need to get ready to buy this. Oh wait, it's on Game Pass. All right, I'm down for this. I will absolutely play this game.
Don't give up.
Father Gascoigne, yeah. Nobody ever accused me of saying words right. Point of view is a little left. I think it's about right. They are doing the FromSoft thing where your character. So FromSoft, if you may notice, is they always make the main character very small and everyone else is very large, and it's to invoke that intimidating sense of scale, as well as work with the camera angle. And here it kind of works because you are a boy. All right, I'm down for Lies of P. That's a great showing. Next year, down for it. That was a good showing.
Hey, you! Yes, you! Do you have... Whether you are online, obviously, and, well, in case you're wondering who that little guy is, that's Epi, and he's on a mission to save the Gamescom verse from the evil future. And if you want to help him, check out the Epic section at gamescom.global. You can solve quests and win prizes, so take part and help Epi to save the Gamescom verse. But first, I want to tell you more about some of the great program we have for this week, and it's quite a schedule, so please bear with me.
Yeah, let's see what the schedule is.
Gamescom Studio by IGN, featuring game spotlights, dev interviews, and all insights into this year's Gamescom.
Nah, I don't care about IGN/GameSpot
so you don't miss
doing their
anything.
interviews.
And also, the awesome Indie Showcase is back, featuring the newest, most original, crazy indie games here on Friday afternoon at 5:30 p.m.
Oh, I can't. That's the raid date. I would totally watch that, but that's raid time, baby.
I'm really looking forward to is the cosplay contest on Sunday, where the super creative cosplay community takes center stage, and this is absolutely one of my favorites. So make sure to not miss it out. It is definitely worth the watch. And for more updates, follow at Gamescom on all platforms. And, well, now it is almost time to introduce our next guest. But sadly, she couldn't make it since she is a tad far away. So let's see. She sent us a video, and I would say, let's have a look.
Hello, Gamescom. I'm ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. Currently
Cool.
flying at around 27,000 kilometers an hour, 400 kilometers above your head on board of the International Space Station.
Nice.
Today, I come to you to say bravo to the games industry. We see how many space games you've been creating recently. Those missions you send your players on aren't just great fun. They create curiosity.
Most of the space games we
and a
send
love
are
of
usually
space
horrible
exploration in
experiences, though.
gamers around the world.
I don't know if you played
As
some of them, but
want to be
usually the
keen
crews
to
don't end
move
up at good
and
spots.
on to Mars with our ambitious Terra Nova program. Humanity's spaceflight capabilities will be in part thanks to the games industry. And who knows, perhaps even you will be among us here at ESA.
Among Us. She said it. She said the thing.
Exploring space virtually isn't just great fun. It's having real-world impact.
Somebody comes behind her and
that
knifes
moves us
her.
all closer to the stars. So on
She
behalf
speaks
of
very good
everyone
English, by
at
the way.
ESA, bravo. Keep creating, keep innovating, and keep playing. This is ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti wishing everyone a wonderful Gamescom from the International Space Station.
She's like, I can literally do this forever. You know what? You're not. You're not in space. Flex. World premiere. Okay, Rendered, I appreciate the honesty. Thank God we brought our giant iron kettle pot just in case we crash landed here in space. Just saying. I thought ahead. You all made fun of me, but look how we're eating stew now. Yeah, 4X game. Crafting survival. Looks about par for the course.
When we were looking at games for Gamescom Opening Night Live, one of the things I was most impressed with this year is there are a lot of European studios that want to debut games here. And
Oh,
also
no
a lot of
shit.
brand
I can't
new
believe that at the
IPs, brand
European
new worlds,
game
and
show in
introducing one of
Europe,
those to
there's
you
European
right
developers
now
that want to
is
show up
gonna
to
be pretty
European made
exciting.
games.
Check out this
Amazing.
world premiere.
Wouldn't have guessed. That was a nothing statement. Why did you say that, Jeff? In my Sherlock Holmes Chapter 2.
The sand has memories. Memories of our past, when gods walked this world.
Looks like the Master Sword.
And our heroes stood amongst them. But the gods' vanity grew, and in their struggle, we were cast away. Only remnants of these stories remain.
Has a huge shoulder pauldron. Blizzard would be
Ruins
proud.
of this shattered, broken world.
He's earthbending. He's the Avatar. He's mastered all 4 elements. The intro to this was kind of slow and weird. It's like sand tells a story, and then it showed like this old cathedral, and then we're over here where we see a bunch of benders beating up a bunch of wild animals to cross a bridge and deliver some milk.
Even in ruins, we endure.
Sandmancers.
We won't let go. For now,
Broken
we
an
can
axle,
stand
at
for
least.
ourselves. And face gods.
That sand monster, I feel, is just kind of like whatever. I feel like it could have come from any game. Okay, so third-person action game. Here we go. We got sand surfing. Atlas Fallen. I need to see a little bit more. Still looks early, too. 2023. Sure about that, guys?
Atlas Fallen coming in 2023. Now, a classic strategy game that I remember playing in the late 90s is Homeworld. Did anyone else play that back in the day?
Yeah, they previewed Homeworld
Great PC
3
well,
last
brand new
year.
Homeworld is coming out
Yeah,
next
that was
year.
very generic. I
And
agree, Lynn.
We've got a brand new look at some new gameplay from Homeworld. Let's check it out.
I had 2 friends that were obsessed with Homeworld back in the day. Swore on it like the Bible.
It was a simple perimeter scan, escorting resources. But we were ambushed by Kalan raiders. Fighters were no problem, but the missile frigates were a different story. Command got clever. One wing used cover to keep themselves safe on approach. While another group found a tunnel in the structure to sneak behind them. We're on the right path with range. Teach them up. Let's do this. It worked.
I'm not personally for this, but I know people that are loving every second of this, and they're going wild.
Perfect for attacking capital ships. We protected the resourcers while they hauled in the goods. Which meant
Perfect time to
we could
take a
roll out
drink of
assault
water.
units. The raiders weren't pushovers, but command countered their hit-and-run tactics. The way their carrier exploded, beautiful. And we even grabbed a little souvenir. That missile frigate is ours now.
Homeworld 3 in the first half of 2023. Now, today is a big day, speaking of threes, because it's the version 3.0 update to Genshin Impact, which
You can
is
see
an
his
incredible
phone.
action RPG from Hoyoverse. Well, today we've got an exclusive new look at version 3.0 and the new Rainforest Nation, as well as a sneak peek.
Oh, they announced a new
of
country, huh?
mysterious ancient civilization.
I kind of
settled
fell off on
found
Genshin, to be
deep
honest with you.
inside.
There's just too much stuff to
Yes,
play.
Let's take a look at this world premiere.
Hey Wesley, how are you? Franz, I know this is probably up your... This, like I said, game's here for everyone. Like, for Franz to this is probably as excited as I was for the Destiny one, as my friend was for Homeworld 3. Again, variety's really good. Stuff like this is awesome. This all means something to different people.
Can't see. I'll uproot you.
I guess they finally figured out that other energy type, because there were always those like enemies that had like the plant stuff, but you yourself didn't have any plant powers. Thank you. For how the world universe term was. See, Paimon speaking. Isn't Hoyoverse working on like 5 different games right now? I know they have that urban one, and I think they have a space one that they showed off last year. Wesley doing well, heading home from work. Well, get home safe.
What an absolutely beautiful
That's such a
game.
gentle applaud. I don't
Hoyoverse,
think these people are
because they
really
also
applauding
have
for it.
Honkai Star Rail in development. It's a grand interstellar adventure with strategic turn-based combat, and now we're going to take a new look at the story and adventure that awaits you in Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah, Honkai, I think, is another one they own. Honkai's the urban one, Genshin's the new one. Okay. I thought there was a space one, too. I guess it's kind of in space, but... I thought there was like a sci-fi one, unless I'm thinking of something else. And isn't there like another fantasy one called Arknights? Isn't that made by them, or is it someone else?
Of 5 people, 3 must pay a price. You are not one of them, Jin Yuan.
Arknights is someone else? Okay.
The Xianzhou is in danger. This man, he...
The train is about to make the jump. Hold on, everyone.
So far, biggest surprise to me of the show has definitely been Pinocchio Soul. Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, Pinocchio Souls to me has been the biggest surprise so far.
For our next Gamescom award, and here are your nominees for the most wanted Microsoft Xbox game.
What an oddly specific thing. It's not going to be this.
The Last Case of Benedict Fox.
This looks good, but I don't think it's going to be it.
Metal Hellsinger.
I highly doubt this. Wait, those are the only 3 choices?
And the winner is
Oh my god, pick the middle one.
Last Case of Benedict Fox.
Yes, I call.
And here to accept the award is Bartek Leszczakowski, creative director at Plot Twist.
That actually does look like a good game.
Thank you. It's quite of a shocker for us. We just love good Metroidvania
Just gonna
games,
skip a little bit.
and we are working hard on making Benedict.
He's nervous. It's okay, man.
Thank you very much, Melly. Anyone
Thank.
a fan of Justin Roiland? Rick and Morty? Well, he's got a
You have to remind everybody what Justin Roiland was associated with. How embarrassing.
It is coming to Xbox and Game Pass in December, and they wanted to send us just a great gameplay clip. You're going to enjoy this. Talking guns.
Are they? Because they don't even give a shit about Justin Roiland.
Set this up. I think you're going to really... This is a trip. Check this out. World premiere of High on Life.
Wow, we're actually hitting her! Holy crap! That was cool!
Am I?
We're hurting you! No! Fuck you!
In my opinion, don't find that entertaining. I find this gimmick very, like, I don't know, it gets old very fast. I already hate it when people talk way too much. Just needless chatter. Are you laughing at?
Yeah, so
This is entertaining to you, right?
I can deflect attacks. Did you know that? I'm not just all about stabbing. Well, I'm mostly all about.
Did you know that it's actually really kind of funny when you overly state the literal in front of you? That sort of self-awareness is actually pretty clever and smart when you think about it. You don't see it in games. Kind of meta when you think about it, don't you? This is funny.
I'll cut their fucking asshole off and eat it. You know, this sludge matches your toxic personality. Fuck off. That wasn't even a good one. Surprise! Flashback.
Hey, it's me, Five-Tor! Kill my shitty clone! I'm rooting for you!
Oh, incoming laser. Laser just for you.
Bet you're just as nice and squishy on the inside as the rest of them. Let me at her, bounty hunter.
They're like, I wonder if we can make a game where there is no silence of dialogue for at least 2 seconds. Somebody has to be saying something. Actually, this has been the most quiet right now. I'm surprised I ran out of things to say.
I'm the strongest out of all the Torg clones. I'm impressed you made it this far. My ant-soldiers are extremely strong.
Honestly, I don't think they were. We're new at this, and it was pretty easy to kill them all.
If I'm going out, I'm taking you with me!
Just stay alive. I think she's basically done for.
Yeah, this is meant for children and streamers. No thanks. I wonder the metaverse you're eating meta cereal.
What? When? What is it? Wait, what are you? Dude, don't eat that. Come on, dude. Dude!
You know she's gonna eat it.
What?
Yep.
These people die because they think they've eaten real food,
Told ya.
and they're going to die because they don't actually eat real food, they just think they have. Their brain and their body can't understand or agree on biological substance, and so the body wastes away. Slaves to the mind. That's a cautionary tale. Oh wait, no, Metal Hellsinger. That's right. I remember. That's the one where you actually are shooting to a beat of actual metal music. That game's badass. I remember that. It took me a while to remember it. I do remember when it first came out, but when they showed it again, I just don't remember it. I don't know why the montage reminded me more than the other one. PUBG is still kicking. The Rick and Morty game was so bad I messed up my farming. Brutal. You guys all have phones, right?
You've been selected from among thousands of candidates
Hey, Cutter.
to join the Lynx family.
You're from Earth, right?
This is more than just a job. It's
an opportunity. You ever miss it?
Caution. Oh shit, oh shit. Lynx.
See, it's games like this that I want to remind the nice astronaut lady that, yeah, we do have a lot of games in space, and horrible things happen to everyone in them.
What they say about work in space is true.
There's something real special here. You don't have power here. You never will.
Look around you. We're expendable.
I can hear them in the walls. Ain't a trade lacking.
This looks intriguing.
Between the ribs of a ship.
Where, like, you know, you're doing something mundane, but you know that something really weird is happening underneath the surface, and the more and more you do your mundane stuff, the more and more it's going to become apparent that there's something wrong. And so you kind of openly have a choice to just kind of do something about it.
That's the way things go.
This actually could be interesting. gonna keep an eye on this one. Heart Space Shipbreaker. Whoa! That's a month away. I think it's basically done. Out in beta? Ah, I see. That's a Disney Animal Crossing game. Oh, it's coming on Game Pass at least? Well, I'm still not gonna play you. It won't cost me more money, but it will cost me precious time. Time that I could be spending doing literally anything else. I almost feel like playing Slime Rancher. See, I have Slime Rancher. And it's cool, but for some reason I just couldn't stay with it. I don't know. I just prefer just a wee more purpose in my game.
Game Awards, Telltale's next project is based on the Prime Video series The Expanse.
Yeah, I heard about this. I never watched The Expanse. Everyone tells me it's amazing. I just haven't taken the time.
Let's see what we can do.
I think this is last year's trailer.
Drummer, what are your orders?
There is an actual plot and end to the game. Okay, I might take a look at it better then.
Obviously, one of those universes that has a ton of opportunities to tell great stories. One of the things I'm super excited about is the zero-G stuff that we've been doing. A big part of when we're making the game, not only are we thinking about the characters, we also have to think about how can we evolve the genre in any way that will make.
You're not going to evolve the genre of space walking.
And feel like they're engaging in
I feel it's a little too ambitious for you, Telltale.
Audience member.
You barely understand combat.
I know you will. It's actually been a really interesting thing as an actor to explore some of her more vulnerable sides that by the time we meet her in the series, they've been cauterized.
She has very high cheekbones, very pronounced.
The greatest score any scavenger has ever come across. You'll need me if you want any chance of unloading it.
I'm acting.
The craziness of an exploded ship that now constitutes several parts in a mass that you can move among.
Why is he whispering?
That out against
That's too much of an indoor voice.
Story. That's a personal story. Those are people, those are characters, and you are now among their ghosts. Whatever they were doing right before they died, being a scavenger, pretty dark job.
People may mix on the new Prey, but you're not beating the spacewalk stuff in that. Now, I assume you're talking about Prey 2018 or 2016, and not Prey, the movie that just came out in the Predator universe. And yeah, Prey 2016 is effing awesome. Especially the spacewalk stuff.
Speaking of adapting things from one medium to another, here's a film adaptation that into a game, which I don't think you would have ever expected. Check this out.
We almost never do. Alright, lay it on us. What are we looking at? I think that's a Commodore 64. I had one of those. This is the 80s. There is no way that dude has two personal computers. unless their parents are like millionaires or work as software engineers. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. That is such a throwback. That movie mortified my sister. I remember when we watched those as kids, and she took it really bad. She also hated Child's Play as well.
Goats, Killer Clowns, we got it all tonight at opening night live.
I was actually mortified by Jaws back when I was a little kid. But I was perfectly cool with other like monster movies. I actually liked other monster movies. I think because they were just so fantastical.
We always wondered if we're alone in the universe. We observed and explored, but found nothing. Until now.
Yeah, a lot of space games.
It has been 6 months since the alien object known as the Metahedrons suddenly appeared above Earth's atmosphere.
It's a pyramid sent in the Guardians.
Personal log, sentient contact assessment and response team.
Kate, we have an issue.
Walks around an alien surface, no gloves, no helmet. She's a professional.
Power supply failing.
Oh god, nobody's eyebrows move.
Switching to backup generators.
Scars above. Coming soon, huh? You got a date for that soon?
Now we're going to talk about Gamescom
Trees.
Goes Green, which is an initiative that has made Gamescom the first climate-friendly gaming event in the world. The core event
How
and this
exactly
show,
is it
Opening Night Live,
climate-friendly?
I'm happy to say are 100%
I guess because they're indoors and not outdoors,
time,
harming
and
the
that's something we all
environment.
should be very proud of.
In that case, I'm eco-friendly. This is the first green live stream.
Now, as part of this initiative, Gamescom, along with the United Nations Environmental
not easy being green.
Program Initiative Playing for the Planet, are going to give out the first ever Gamescom Goes Green Award to the best sustainability concept from an exhibitor here at Gamescom. And the nominees are Microsoft, Xbox, Yuki.
I promise that for every hour I stream, I will plant one tree in the metaverse. I'm also very green.
Thank you, Jeff. And yes, the winner of this year's Gamescom Goes Green Award is Yuki. And here to accept the award is Dr. Joe Twist, CEO of Yuki.
I'm gonna skip a little bit ahead of that. Ooh, perfect timing. That's a lot of titles I like. So what is Obsidian doing? Actually, that had some BioWare in there too.
There exists two lies. One before the shadow, and one behind the eye.
You doubt it's 100% true? Nah. No, there was a bunch of mixed studios on there. So what it is it's somebody who got hired or maybe poached from one studio to another studio, and you can claim on their resume that he worked on all those projects. Never said he did something amazing because they didn't even name a name. They just said that they were involved in all those projects. He could have been a janitor.
Let's talk about Xbox and Age of Empires 4 that continues to expand. Now we have news on the next civilizations joining the battle.
I have nothing
as
about that. That was not a good
free
trip.
DLC. If you want to learn more about what's happening with Age of Empires 4, tune into the Xbox booth stream for developer interviews on Thursday. But right now, here's that announcement from Age of Empires 4.
By the way, Mystic, who is in our Discord, actually has worked on this game.
There's more than one way to win a battle.
And I'm glad.
Empire must find their own path to victory.
Age of Empires 4 was definitely a win for those type of fans. I'm glad it did well.
Whether you strike from afar or ambush up close, the Malians will use wit and strategy to outmaneuver their opponents and gain the advantage on the battlefield. With powerful siege tools and the ability to rally large formations, the Ottomans can keep the pressure on to bring down their
Whichever civilization gets guns first wins.
When the drums of war beat, how will you emerge victorious? History is in the making, and your place in it has just begun.
But yeah, Age of Empires is always like if you wanted to marry a little bit of Civ with your Total War. This is a game, no offense, I don't give a shit about. I am not. That was such a poor response.
October, and Batgirl, Nightwing, Robin, and Red Hood are going to take over in Gotham.
I feel this
Knights.
game is
Probably
coming
wondering
out
about the story. Who are the
4 years too
villains?
late.
Well, we've got a lot to share.
Like
in this brand new
Arkham,
trailer,
like the
and
Arkham
also
series
some
was really
exciting
good,
news.
very revolutionary
Release
for its
date is
time,
gonna be a little earlier
absolutely
than you
trend-setting.
expected. Check this out.
This game feels like it's a little late to the party.
Jim Gordon never gave up on anything. That's why Gotham City is still here. It's why I'm still here. And I've known for a while now that someday, like him, I'd have to work with you. I've seen plenty of criminals in my career, but nothing.
I don't know if live service Batman's gonna fly. I really don't know, man. You really gotta do something interesting with that. Other than sell cosmetics.
Well, well, if it isn't Brat Girl.
Gotham City is at her weakest. There's blood in the water. And the sharks are circling.
That's weird.
They're all making their move.
I can see when Franz says nobody gives a shit here either, and it's not flagged on Streamlabs. I'm surprised that it's flagged on YouTube.
A storm has risen over Gotham. Nothing can stop it. See you at the premiere.
I need your help. Your skills. Your knowledge. Your adaptability.
If I was Red Hood, I'd be like, I can fix all these problems one bullet at a time. I got a different voice actress. I didn't get the usual lady that people like from the animated series. The fact that they didn't get the animated series voices, but the Arkham games did, that's going to be a point of criticism. It's not going to be important, but it's going to be a point of criticism from the fanboys.
Come to watch the show, Red Hood.
Nah, I'm just here to kick your ass.
You don't have to animate his mask kind of moving. We can tell he's speaking. That's the whole point of the helmet.
Pretty good trailer, right? October 21st now for Gotham Knights. All right, now it's time to announce a brand new game from a new studio. The global announcement of the ambitious new adventure game developed by Everstone Games.
Never heard of them.
Where Winds Meet. It's an interactive
Never heard of
open-world
it.
RPG featuring action, adventure, and martial arts set in a turbulent time in the Northern Song Dynasty. The combat looks really cool. Check out this announcement of Where Winds Meet.
Speaking of cool looking martial arts games, whatever happened to that Sun Wukong that looked really cool a couple years ago? I feel like Jeff sabotages it when he says open world, like action RPG, and then the trailer doesn't really show that. You're mixing your expectations. Like, I don't know if us knowing the lyrics of his song was important. I'm sure this is a visually poetic trailer, but you gotta sell your game first. Okay, we got environments. This guy's a mystical ninja. Cool. Alright, we got stealth. I'm feeling very about this. The aesthetic looks cool. I don't know if I'm sold on the action part yet, though. Where winds meet. And just advertising a very Chinese cultural game to Europeans. That's actually, yeah. Ooh. It's Drizzt. Alright, you're gonna fight Drizzt atop a giant golden Buddha on a battlefield. That might be cool.
Where winds meet. Again,
that kind of went meh to
really
me
cool.
versus
Right.
Pinocchio
Back
Souls.
when we started ONL in 2019, a very special guest joined me here in person to close the show. And this year, when I told him that we were going to be back here live in person, he said, well, I got to take part in some way. So please say hello to my good friend, Hideo Kojima. Mr. Kojima.
How did I know it was gonna be fucking Kojima? That's the only person he ever proposes.
Gamescom の皆さん、こんにちは。小島秀夫です。僕は今ですね、ゲームの制作、ゲームの新作に取り組んでおりますが、今回は別のニュースのお知らせとなります。この度9月から、僕のポッドキャスト番組を
He's here to advertise his podcast? Jesus Christ, get over
配信す
yourself.
ることになりました。それでですね、英語版と日本語版をそれぞれ同時通訳を交えて
You're not even gonna hear him. You're gonna hear the English translator for him.
全世界のリスナーに向けてお届けをしたいと思います。またですね、ジェフ・キーリーによるエンタメ業界ニュースのコーナーも
And he's gonna get Jeff Keeley on there. Man, those guys really love patting each other on the back.
9月8日を予定しております。各分野を代表するですね、超スペシャルゲ
He's
スト
gonna
の
have guests.
登壇予定です。
I imagine he can probably get a lot of cut that way.
リンクをチェックして楽しみに待っていてください。以上、小島秀夫でした。ありがとうございます。
Oh my god, look at that picture.
Last year, opening night
All right, you
we
gotta
announced
laugh at me
Up
for how
Beyond
absurd that
from
was. What a
Limbic
waste of time.
Entertainment and Bandai Namco, and this year they've got an awesome
Like I said,
booth experience for those of you
he's
here
such a
in person.
diva.
And for those of you at home, we've got a brand new trailer that shows you more of this incredible amusement park simulation game.
Ooh, Bandai Namco, wow. He has to keep his name in circulation because otherwise he'll have to sell games on something other than the strength of his name. Oh my gosh. Complete 100% true. That would kill so many people in real life. To speak on this genre, okay, I was about to say, I hope that was real gameplay, because I remember seeing there's this roller coaster creation game, and you can actually go on a ride, and some people posted pictures of like the roller coaster they've made, and they actually look really cool and fun, just from vicariously looking at it.
Beyond.
Can we go even further beyond and introduce a locked house death game? Gary's mod? It wasn't Gary's mod. I'm sure you could do it in Gary's mod, but no, it was an actual commercial game. Yeah, this would be really good in VR for sure. If this isn't VR, that's a missed opportunity, because roller coasters are fun. I like roller coasters at least. And virtual roller coaster experiences? Come on. Okay.
So much fun. I love the diversity of games we have here. Amusement park simulator. I love theme park back in the day. Great to see that's coming out from Limbic and Bandai Namco. All right, now it's time to
I
share
said from
another
Limbic.
special announcement here at Gamescom. Not a game, but a concept car. That's right, it's here at Gamescom, and I got to catch
concept
up with
car?
Oliver Heimer, the head of Mini Design.
Weird platform to advertise concept cars on. And
All right,
there's
I'm over here
Merch
at the main
Chew.
booth with Oliver. This is the Mini Concept Aceman.
Why is
reveal.
Merch
This looks
Chew
so
there?
cool.
I'm glad you like it.
Well, let's take a
The
look. and
Pokemon
learn more
Motor
in this trailer.
Collection? What the fuck is going This is not the card I expected. By the way, Merch Chew is different from Pikachu. Merch Chew is the Pikachu that is very lean and has that perfectly oval face because it's more marketable. They only ever use Merch Chew directly when selling direct brands. So that's Merch Chew. It's very different. He only appears on the merch. He appears in no other media. So that's why he is effectively Merch Chew.
Oh, this looks so cool. I have so many questions for you.
Merch Chews
Oliver.
only
First
exist
of
to
all, I wanna
extract
ask you
money
about
from
this
your wallet.
partnership. A car with gaming features and Pokemon.
Look at
How
that
does this come
smooth
together?
oval head.
Yeah, first of all, let's talk about Gamescom. You know,
Yeah.
Gamescom is one of the core events of.
Is that supposed to be like a
fandom pop culture.
Bulbasaur? Is that is it supposed to
we
evoke
ourselves
feelings of
are
that?
part of that
I don't get it.
We don't want to miss out such a great event. And the
It just
Pokemon
feels like it's a
company
car
is
that they could have made and
international,
just
and we
happened to
have
paint it
lot
a
in
certain
common.
way and call it
We're
Pokemon.
both iconic brands. And Mini is more than a car. It's a character. You partner to explore the world.
That
And
is
the
a
world of
stretch.
Pokemon
My car is not my
full of
partner. My
unique
car is my
characters
tool. It is a
and
machine.
spectacles. So we share a love for distinctive design and strong values.
Well, I gotta
Why
ask
is there
you
a
your favorite
strobe
Pokemon
light in
in
the
a
car?
minute, But first,
Don't
I
say
wanna ask about the gaming
Pokemon.
features. We
It's
saw a little bit
Pokemon.
in the trailer. Tell us, break it down. Why does this appeal to gamers?
Yes.
So, first of all, it's all about
The gamers have
Aceman's
money,
gaming features.
and we enjoy
It's
money, so we
designed
made
to
a
be
car that can be
playful,
purchased
as the
with
brand
money.
is. The Pokemon mode welcomes you inside of the car, and then you can connect your gaming console to your Mini. And all you notice is a lot of details referencing Pikachu in particular.
Yeah.
The Aceman is fully electric, just like Pikachu.
Why would you
is
connect
an
your video
electric
game
type.
console to the inside
So
of
they're
your
a perfect
car?
match.
Is there an overarching motto to this partnership?
So indeed, there it is.
If you could play Pokemon Go while driving, maybe that'd be worth something.
Could connect it with your gaming console.
Watch,
just
your
like it
GPS
does with
voice
your,
is just
smartphone.
Pikachu.
So we are promoting a playful mindset, just like our brand in Pokemon. So our Gamescom claim is play on. never stop playing.
Well, speaking of never stop playing, will we see you next year at Gamescom as well?
Yeah, we plan to stay in the game and play on for sure, like we always have from the get-go.
It not even
So,
gives the specs
stay
of the
tuned.
car.
Awesome. All right, Oliver, thank you so
What
much.
the
We've got
hell was the
much more
point of
ONL
this?
still to come.
I don't know what that was. More Warhammer, baby.
Darktide is a first-person co-op game set in the grim-dark future of Warhammer 40,000.
You want Grimdark? You go 40k. Everyone else is just an imposter.
On the brink of destruction. You are a reject, a convict freed to serve the Inquisition in this darkest of hours. It is your duty to fight, and, if necessary, die for the Emperor.
Well, I hear those small cars are quite popular in Europe.
You can expect no help. No reinforcements. You are Tersham's last line of defense.
40k is almost so grimdark it loops back around again. Of course. That's how you get the perfect encapsulation of darkness. You kind of don't have to sell this game because for the people this is for, we're already in. If you love Vermintide and you love 40k, you know what you're expecting, and you're gonna get it. Everything looks good. Keep on keeping on. Next month, looking good.
Once upon a time, there were two twin sisters, Zora and Yaga.
Sora.
You got it all wrong. Once upon a time, there was a freak with no face.
Stop it!
You can't hide from Baba, princess. How much longer you want to be a nobody?
I just need to find the Red Oak.
What you really want to find is the hut.
What the hell is wrong with this forest?
There was a bee on the end of that bow.
Not bad.
Whoa, she can break rocks with that arrow. I mean, she is magic.
You kill it again.
If anything bad happens, always head straight to the Red Oak.
To me, if you're gonna do something like freaky occult stuff, you need to go all in and show me some really, really bizarre stuff. That was okay, but it felt a little tame.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you have a lot of games to calm? Get it? Do you get it though? She's part hollow. Phantom Hellcat. I gotta see more than that. Bleach is coming back? Yes, Bleach is coming back. For better or for worse. I want to make fun of Crossfire, but Crossfire actually is one of the biggest titles in the world. I think it's played very heavily in Korea and Asia. Or Korea and China. Obviously Korea and Asia. But internationally, Crossfire does very, very well. Probably because it doesn't cater to American power fantasy like Call of Duty. But yeah, Crossfire, like, almost, it's like the soccer of first-person shooters, where, like, we play our Call of Duty, and it makes a crap ton of money, but then everywhere else in the world, they play Crossfire.
And now it is time for a final award. But don't worry, there is more on Saturday, so make sure to not miss our award show on Saturday. But here are your nominees for the most wanted Sony PlayStation game.
Okay, what's the most wanted PlayStation game? Are we gonna have more than 3 candidates?
The Dark Pictures, The Devil in Me.
It will never be The Dark Pictures, even though it is a very PlayStation game. Lies of P is also on Game Pass. Wait a minute, how is a Game Pass game on the Sony PlayStation Best of list? What the hell? That just makes it multi-plat, but I'm gonna go with Lies of P already.
One Piece
Fucking
Odyssey.
One Piece is on everything. Why is that just here? I'm gonna say Lies of P. What do you think, chat, before we see? Are we gonna go with One Piece, Lies of P, or can't remember the Dark Pictures game. I'm going Lies of P. I would be shocked if it's Dark Pictures, even One Piece.
And the winner is Lies of P.
Alright, all of us are gamers.
Here to accept the award
You get 1
is
point on your
Geo
gamer
Choi,
card.
Project Director at NeoWiz. The stage is yours.
Actually, I do want to listen to what he has to say. I do want to hear more about
First
Lies
of
of P.
all, I'm very proud of my team members, and we always do our best to live up to our team's name enough. And finally,
He's struggling with English, but I respect the
like
effort.
BTS in Korean pop,
It's probably like,
and
you know,
we've
second
done
language,
in the
obviously,
Korean
but yeah.
gaming industry. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Congratulations once again to Lies of P. Thank you so
Sort of
much.
fancy
And
sneakers.
yes, that's it from me for tonight.
He's
But
like, I got a
before I say
double
goodbye,
Q.
I want to bring your attention to a more serious matter. The past 5 months of war
Matter.
have been devastating for the Ukrainian families, and UNICEF and partners on the ground are supporting those in need. And of course, funds are needed. So please consider donating at unicef.org if it's possible. And yes, we have to take care of each other. Gamescom also supports the development of Antura, the language learning game for Ukrainian children. Antura is based on an app which was made for Syrian war refugees to learn the local language. And I mean, in times like this, it is more important than ever to take care of each other. And I hope you keep that in mind, not only for Gamescom this week, but way after. Thank you so much. That's it from me, and have a wonderful Gamescom. Jeff,
Looking at her eyes, she looks very
back to you.
tired.
Thank you, Melly. Great to have you with
The
us.
bags on her eyes are worse than
We got
mine.
A few more games to go.
She needs to
Now,
stay
one of the
hydrated.
great things about Gamescom is we love to profile games made in Germany, and this next game was made by 4 students in Berlin. It was a big success on Steam, and now it's coming to a new platform, and we've got the announcement right now.
Please not crosscode. Jesus Christ, please not crosscode. Please not. Okay, please not crosscode. Okay, thank God. Okay, we're good. I remember seeing this at a Nintendo Direct. What's the name of that tabletop? Carcassonne? Dwarf Romantic. Carcassonne, that's what I said.
Cute, beautiful. Now we're going to get dark. The Outlast Trials. You guys excited for this game? The Outlast Trials we showed you last year.
Yeah, what are the
at
Outlast
Gamescom
Trials?
Overnight Live, and we haven't heard anything since really from the
I haven't
team.
heard
Everyone
it
keeps asking me,
before.
when are we going to get to play this? Well, tonight we've got the world premiere of the brand new trailer, and yes, some news on when you might get to play it.
I never
Here we
even
go.
heard this. At least I don't think I have. Oh, so it's actually in the Outlast universe. Okay. I'm surprised that became a franchise, to be honest with you. The announcements of Trials a hot minute ago. I literally, if I knew it, I forgot it. I don't remember this at all. Is this a VR game? This looks like VR.
Pretty face.
Progress in harmony.
I don't know the lore of Outlast, so I don't know. I just know it's in like a spooky hospital. A lot of it seems a lot more overt than Outlast. Outlast I thought was more about survival and mystery. This seems very much on the nose. Is this like a prequel origin tale or something? The hospital is just the first game? That's all I know.
Elaborate and inclusive, rather than terse, for an even greater emphasis upon the experience of personal rebirth. The chef went out political criminals are subjected to a literally fatal dispensing of existence by the promise of execution.
I mean, this is clearly in a hospital too. Closed beta, coming out Halloween. Well, Outlast is still chugging on, so there we go.
That's right. Some people will get to play something this year.
At least that was more of a good ending than the beginning of the show. The beginning of the show was nothing.
The first release from Embark Studios, which a lot of the veterans that
Oh,
worked on
that
the
wasn't. I thought you
Battlefield
said it was the last
franchise in
game.
Stockholm, Sweden. They've
Which
got a
Battlefield
shooter wrapped
games?
in a game show format where destruction is going to play a key role. What we've got here is a short tease with some actual gameplay in it. The full reveal is coming later in September. You can sign up starting now to get
Score-based survival game. Okay, cool.
Check out the finals.
Sure. I mean, it was a teaser. They did say it was a teaser.
All right. We got one more game for you tonight
Ooh,
at Gamescom
the one more
Opening
game.
Night Live, and this is one we've all been waiting a long time for.
Really?
Here we go.
You said that 2 times but earlier and it wasn't true. Hopefully no licensed music. Though I think we're already past that point. Pills! Whoa. Zombie game. Is this Dead Island 2? Oh, this might be Dead Island 2. Yeah, Lynn, this might be Dead Island 2. The aesthetic looks right. This is Dead Island 2. Damn, Dead Island 2. First off, I love Dead Island. I know it was jank as hell, but I love Dead Island, Dead Island Riptide. It literally was like zombie Skyrim. It was great. Damn, that is something we have been waiting a long time for. Wow, they're back up alive. It's actually putting a smile on my face. I appreciate that the project of Dead Island 2, you know, because what happened is they were making a sequel to Dead Island, and it went in 2 different directions. One wanted to keep it silly and just like fun, having fun with it, and that was Dead Island 2. And the other one was taking a more serious, story-driven direction, and that became Dying Light. And then they announced Dead Island 2 before Dying Light 2. Dying Light 2 obviously came out before Dead Island 2. This one's been in development hell for what feels like at least 8 years. Jesus. Man, imagine trying to find a couple of double A's in the zombie apocalypse. Not that there'd be anything good on TV except for reruns. This isn't a terribly interesting trailer. I'm just glad that Dead Island 2 is back. That dude's totally turning now. I bet you could kill in the game. Yes! And they got a date. Oh my god, wow, Deep Silver, you kept that under wraps.
It's true, Dead Island 2 coming next February, and joining me now to tell us about this.
That's cool. Wow, what an ending.
Great to have you with us. First of all,
I'm very
let's
hyped about
explain a little
this.
Context to that trailer we saw. Who is that character that we meet?
Thank you, Jeff. It's
Doesn't
great
matter,
to
he's
be here.
dead.
So you just met Jacob, and he is just one of our 6 playable characters. Our
Mhm.
zombie slayers have larger-than-life personalities and unique dialogue, which fits in with a very pulpy and
If you ever play the
irreverent
first
tone.
Dead Island, you haven't already, you gotta play as Sam B. Or at least somebody in the group has to play as Sam B. He has the best lines.
Well, our pulpy tone is kind of a love letter to classic cult Hollywood horror B-movies, so where better to set it than in Los Angeles, sort of a modern paradise gone to hell.
So in other words, regular Los Angeles.
Looks cool. It's obviously over the top. I know you're working on the narrative for it. This game has been, long awaited for many, many years.
I'll see you in Hell A. I see it.
Yeah, I'm sure some fans would agree with you. It has been long awaited, but Deep Silver Dam Buster Studios started work on it about 4 years ago. We were really lucky. We got to build it from the ground up.
I mean, I don't think you had a choice but to build it from the ground up.
Franchise, the over-the-topness.
So here's the thing, Dead Island 2, I'm glad you got a trailer to get us hyped in, but it's coming in 6 months. You gotta show gameplay.
So
You gotta show gameplay if it's coming out 6 months. Oh, maybe they're deep diving it?
With your preferred zombie slaying methods.
Show us
It's kind of
something.
going nuts.
Show
It's a
us.
combat
It's coming out
toy
6
box
months. You're
of
practically
close
done.
quarters melee brutality with a few guns for fun.
Sure, that's Dead Island 1. I'm down for
Wait
that.
to learn more. When are we going to get to see more? See some gameplay of it?
You want to
Yes.
see some gameplay?
Yes.
I think we want to see some gameplay. You guys want to see the gameplay?
Good. They're actually giving it we want.
Okay, let's do it.
I was about to say, if you went and you said you're coming out 6 months and you don't have gameplay, ooh, that's a bad look. That means you're hiding something. Which, by the way, is very suspicious for the God of War Ragnarok. That's very suspicious. Well, I can't even say it. Awfully suspicious, you could say. I assume there are zombies in your zombie game.
It's hammer time.
Oh jeez. That's cool. That's a good way to start a trailer.
Jimmy? Humanity's survival depends on the red gold pumping through my veins.
Well, sounds like you're the star of the show now.
Oh, so he's immune. The camp that Ragnarok's gonna be DLC expansion to the base game and not its own game. Oh, that's not just suspicion. That's basically confirmed. They've said multiple times Ragnarok started as DLC and they decided to sell its own game, which to me is very suspicious. Because where did exactly they draw the line to being like, instead of selling this as a DLC expansion, sell it as a full-price game? I don't know. I don't trust that. What I do trust is I love this gameplay I'm seeing. This is exactly what I want to see from Dead Island 2.
This is beyond insane.
God of War is hiding something, and Sony knows it. I'll get into more after this. I'm actually really enjoying it. I don't want to take away from Dead Island 2. This is great. This is exactly what I want to see. I am applauding right now. This is exactly what I want.
And believe it or not, there is an uncut version of that trailer.
To be fair, Doom Eternal started as DLC. I mean, to be fair, Resident Evil Nemesis started as DLC, and it was not worth a full game.
All the reveals for Gamescom Opening Night Live 2022. It's been a fun show, but before we go, I just want to say I hope everyone has a great Gamescom.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, God of War, they were already making single-player DLC for it, and the fact that they made that call, I don't know. Because here's the thing, the track record of the first party like Santa Monica Studios making DLC that's substantial is almost non-existent. It is not a good vibe. See, the difference between Doom Eternal is that at least id Software and all of their previous games between Wolfenstein, Rage, even Doom, anytime they put out a substantial game, even if it started as an expansion, it became a substantial game. we can trust that track record. Sony Santa Monica does not have that track record. It is very suspicious that they are concealing what is the best-selling Sony first-party IP made by their studios. That's not including, of course, FGO. But yeah, the God of War concealment, and they're asking you to buy up front and not showing you anything, and they are going just based on faith and hype. That is so many red flags. That is so many red flags. FGO isn't first party. You're right, it's not first party. It's owned by Sony, but it's not first party PlayStation. Rage is not what I would call substantial. I did. Rage was good. I will defend Rage. Rage had very good combat. And I also had good driving sections too. I enjoyed Rage. I will defend Rage. I won't defend Rage 2, but I will defend Rage 1. But God of War is doing shady stuff. And here's the thing. If it's your best-selling first-party studio IP, and somehow you do no announcements for it, you show off its announcement for its release date and its collector's edition in your blog. Let me tell you something historically about PlayStation. Whenever PlayStation delivers bad news, they deliver it to their blog first. Why did you deliver news of God of War Ragnarok to your blog first? You don't have a trailer for it. You had one gameplay trailer for it. You have one YouTube commercial teaser for the release date. You have no other gameplay shown. You have nothing. You've seen nothing. And that's very suspicious, because take a look at what they have put out already. They put way more emphasis showing off like Ratchet and Clank, which was meh. Like, it's just more Ratchet and Clank. They showed off Horizon for so long, and that ended up being a big nothing. If you didn't like the first Horizon, you're not gonna care for the second one, because it is just more of the same. And that means the good and the bad too, because the bad stuff that nobody likes to talk about, but it's absolutely there. It's there more in the second one. It's a very skippable game. You miss nothing by playing that game. By not playing that game, I mean. And it is very suspicious. The Iki Island expansion, thank God for Ghost of Tsushima, wasn't sold as separate DLC, though I get the feeling they probably wanted to. Or not, I mean, as a separate game, I mean. But yeah, no. God of War Ragnarok, there were so many red flags about this. There's something weird that they refuse to talk in any way, shape, or form. They don't hype it. They don't do deep dives. They don't do interviews. And some people are like, well, they don't want to show off spoilers. When does that ever stop them from hyping up a God of War game in literally the history of that entire franchise? They're only doing it now? No, something's wrong. Something's wrong, and they don't want to show it. Now, is that speculation? Sure. But I am being more realistic. You have to show me something. I'm not just gonna buy you at your hype level. No. I'm looking at this, and the fact that you want to sell me a black box is very odd to me. Very odd to me that you want to sell a black box. No. We'll see what happens when it comes out. It's just very strange. Very, very strange. By the way, speaking of very, very strange, I meant earlier when I was trying to push out Trails in the Sky second chapter, that I said I was going to watch that video Kit put out there for the quote-unquote truth about limited run games. It's basically a hit piece from what it sounds like a very disgruntled person on YouTube. I kind of want to watch that now if you guys want to watch along with me. Gamescom is done. I would say most anticipated game from Gamescom, Lie of P. Lie of P, which aka Pinocchio Souls, looks the most interesting to me. The game I'm most hyped for, Dead Island 2. But we already knew about Dead Island 2 more or less, even though it's development hell. So, looking forward to that. And a couple other ones in here actually look pretty okay too. But definitely those two are the ones I'm absolutely looking at. So we're going to watch a guy who I think is going to be a very whiny YouTuber, a very entitled consumer, and we're going to see his argument. Go watch what I just posted in Piximbles while the stream is still up. It'll be a good live. Hey, we're in overtime right now. Like I'm down to just watch stuff, and if we want to watch something funny or roasted, that's fine. Just don't post anything that is terribly offensive. So hold on, let me blank it out. Oh, let's see what you put up. For all I know, you put some terrible link that I can't trust. Oh, you posted a... You said in videos?
Is this the new scariest item in Fortnite? So you know how back in Season 10, if you heard a mech, you just knew you were dead? Well, years later, we have the Kamehameha Hamaha.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ. You guys probably heard that, right? Jesus Christ. Oh, that actually physically hurt me. Like, you actually got me to cringe. You actually got me to cringe. Oh my god. That was physically cringe. Ugh. Oh god. Disgusting. That was disgusting. I need to drink some water and watch that disgusting filth. How dare you? How dare you? Getting hyped for Dragon Ball Super tomorrow? Dude, all the Super movies so far have been really good. Like, you know, Battle of Gods, Resurrection F, Broly. Definitely the best Broly movie. All good. And I've heard nothing but good things about Superhero 2, so I'm like, dude, honestly, the Super movie era is like the best, which is a shame because Dragon Ball Super, the anime, is, in my opinion, garbage. The manga's okay, the movies are great. And the games are just the games. Alright, what was the name of that? It was The Truth About Limited Run Games. Okay. Oh, what a coincidence. I think we're getting Dragon... Like, literally, this is how good Google is at listening in on us. Just check it out. Check out what's I suddenly got as my advert. Man, what a coincidence. I swear. It heard us talking. It heard us talking. I do want to watch this too, by the way. They do a very good job of mixing in this CG with the animation.
I've come to decide that Limited Run Games is not a very good company. I'm sure that's inflammatory, but I do have this whole video here that I'm going to use to try to explain it. It's not
settle in. This is an hour, by the way.
Thing. It's a lot of things. I've never really put much thought into this company, and I suspect most people haven't either.
I suspect, just prefacing this, I suspect that you are going to nitpick this to death and complain about a customer service issue you had. I predict you are going to go back and at some point in this video, you're going to pull up a tweet that you disagree with. I suspect you're going to cite Reddit as a source. I suspect you're going to have an outdated argument somewhere in this video. And I suspect you're going to bring up allegations and convince them to be as proof. I would be surprised if you can articulate an argument about all that. But let's listen.
It's a thing that exists.
I am going to be pausing and interrupting this, by the way.
On the internet, selling stuff that I don't really buy.
Nobody gives a shit because guess what? In an open marketplace, like we just said, we're all in about you, bud. Nobody gives a shit. You don't like it, don't buy it. That's literally the premise of everything.
And that's about all it is, or at least all it was until Tommy Tallarico.
Tommy Tallarico, by the way, is no longer CEO and president of television. That ended... When was this video made? Okay, this was made September. Okay, that explains it. So, I was correct on one thing. Tommy Tallarico was removed at the end of 2021 for scamming everyone on the Amico.
Decided to unveil the Intellivision Amico.
Ooh, I called it. Okay. I didn't expect he would pull out a Twitter thing already, but sure.
Go at the Crayola event in Pennsylvania. It
Sure.
was, by all accounts, quite a spectacle, and Ars Technica wrote an article.
It was a
that
charlatan
was
spectacle, yes.
fair,
You got it.
but extremely critical. Tommy didn't respond well. Tommy
Yes.
Tallarico has a habit of not responding well.
That is
calling
true.
people all sorts of things, and none of them very nice.
Hold on. I don't know where some of these are from, but we got our Twitter. I should have wrote this down as a bingo card. But yeah, the long short story, if you're not aware of Intellivision. So Tommy Tallarico bought the Intellivision name rights from Mattel, I believe. And it's not actually the Intellivision guys. It's just he just wanted to market the name Intellivision. And so what he did is he bought the name. He borrowed I think like 17 million or something like that. I don't remember. And what he did with that is he basically bought a bunch of outsourced obsolete cell phone parts and had them build a console out of it. And we're talking like old, like 2012, 2015, like the kind of recycled cell phones you don't use anymore. Made it into a system using that tech. It barely plays cell phone games. And he's trying to sell it originally for like $100, and then he wanted to sell it for $300 and then introduce NFTs, but not the type of NFTs you could easily sell on the marketplace. He wanted quote unquote privatized NFTs that literally were a pump and dump that couldn't be tracked by federal regulators. And at the end of 2021, which I'm not going to blame this guy for because he posted this video before it happened, but whatever he's about to say about Tommy Tallarico doesn't matter because that dude's gone.
Nice. He has a real PR problem.
Yeah, I also, Franz, right off the bat, my first question is, I don't like limited run games. So let me talk about Tommy Tallarico. Despite all the shit I just talked about, Tommy Tallarico has nothing to do with limited run games. They've never had a relationship as far as I'm aware of. I don't know why he's bitching about this. This has nothing to do with this point.
Problem, and he has for a while. In this case, a couple of games industry people started tweeting about him, tweeting about this article, calling the Amico vaporware and calling out Tallarico's heavily politicized Twitter account.
Whatever.
Tommy
Who cares?
responded by calling one of them and...
How dare you hold Earthworm Jim, which thank God is not on your trash system. But is, by the way, on the Nintendo Online Store. I just saw they had Earthworm Jim 2 on there.
Untalented, jealous gatekeeping.
Whatever, this has
which
nothing to do with
briefly
limited run.
Showed up as trending in the video games category on Twitter, and I saw it. A few weeks prior, I had told my friend, the Golden Bolt, about
These are actual
the
games
Amico event
from the
and
Amico.
suggested he might want to go, which, of course, he did not want to go. This tweet led us to start talking about the Amico event and how the Amico has one interesting thing. All games have to be complete. No patches, no updates, no DLC. This sounds really interesting from a game preservation standpoint.
No, it doesn't.
After all, when the Amico inevitably fails, there's a real
it's been dead.
Shot that these games that are on it could be saved in playable states. Then Bolt said to me,
Fitcher is the only
Ah, shit. Sorry guys, I don't have YouTube Premium. So we're gonna get ads. Sorry.
all game preservationists are scammers at the end of the day.
Whoa, what?
This
I need
was some
context on
said
that. Hold
to
on, what?
me, all game preservationists are scammers at the end of the day.
That's a hot take. I'm almost interested in defending that argument, but let's move on.
This was somewhat of a shocking revelation because I'd always thought that people really liked limited run.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I understand this opening. You just wasted 2 minutes bitching about Tommy Tallarico because he made a bullshit shit system. And because Tommy Tallarico said on a shit system, because I bought garbage technology and I don't want to have to pay for online connectivity, I need the games on here to be complete, you are tying that to another quote by another dude who said, anybody who believes in game preservation is a scam artist. Am I understanding that already? Is that your intro? Amazing. Franz, you're already done? Yeah, it's gonna be more of this. I'm getting excited already. This is a garbage argument already off the bat. This is amazingly awful. Let's go. Let's continue. We got some meat here.
Very quickly disabused of this notion, but I left
That
the
was not a
conversation
related point.
intent on exploring
Mummy
the
Demastered is an
issues people
excellent game, by the
have
way.
with
I
LRG.
definitely bought that from
LRG is a company that makes
quick reference, by the way. I looked it up recently. LRG actually is just 21 people. Just 21 people.
physical copies
Oh, 2B in the background, by the way.
of games, and it's not a small business. Their release of Scott Pilgrim alone sold at least $875,000 in the first 3 hours, and probably
Good
a
for
lot
them. That's
more,
awesome.
considering the KO edition, the collector's edition,
I'm
was
one of those people.
$105 more than the regular edition.
Yeah, it was a collector's edition, man. That's what they are. I just paid $250 for the Lightfall collector's edition for Destiny. So what? I hope he's not one of those people who's like, that's way too much money. Motherfucker, you do not ever are entitled to tell other people how to spend their money on a luxury hobby. If I spent like $300 million on a pair of shoes, you can go ahead and wag your finger and be like, oh, well, you should spend your $300 million something else. Hey, here's a better idea. How about you shut your mouth? You make $300 million and you can spend it on whatever you claim you're going to do it. Stop feeling entitled to tell other people how to spend their money. Good Lord. Get the feeling this guy's going to be pretentious already.
And it sold out too. Plus, there was a PS4 edition that we don't know the sales numbers for. So, needless to say, this is a company that made millions of dollars in a single day. It's not.
Actually, you just said they made $800K, but whatever. That's before expenses, marketing, advertising, distribution costs.
A mom and pop shop doing a couple $100 a month.
So what? Who cares? Who cares? Are you really trying to shame these guys for building a successful online business versus a brick and mortar store that would be more inefficient?
I went into this thinking that the biggest problem with LRG is the fact that their games are limited.
I'm not actually spending that much. I'm not a sneaker head, Lynn. I was just using it as an extreme example. That it's really annoying when people are like, buying this is a waste of money. Well, it's a waste of my money. It's my choice. So there you go.
Want a physical version of a game that came out a while back, the worst possible thing is to find out that LRG published it, because that means the only way you're getting it is to pay at least double its value on eBay.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I did not just hear you say that. I did not just hear you say, I didn't buy a limited run physical run from the aptly named Limited Run Games, in case you couldn't get it from the title, complain that you didn't buy it, and your only choice is to get it from the aftermarket, and they're charging you double for something they took the time to buy because you didn't, and they can set the price because you can't buy it anymore. Did I really just hear you complain about the reseller market? Oh boy, I bet he's gonna be a scalper bad. I didn't buy it on time, and I hate that limited run games only carries limited runs of items. I think it should be available forever. Wow. Tell me you're a scrub without telling me you're a scrub.
And then I started researching.
Nice production values, I'll give them that.
One of the more interesting chapters in Limited Run's life is a game called Revenge of the Bird King. You've probably never heard of this game.
I haven't heard of most of the stuff Limited Run Game puts out, but they do support independent titles. And you know why you haven't heard of it? Because you don't support independent titles like as much as you claim you are. I'm putting an argument in his mouth, that's not true.
Or if you have heard of it, you might be confused. See, Bird King is probably best known as that Switch game you bought for a penny one time.
Show me where it's on the Switch for a penny. Show me where it's on the Switch for a penny. If you're trying to make an academic argument about pricing models, you can't. If you're making a joke, you can't afford to make jokes like that.
Because it's a $5 indie game that has essentially never not been on sale. 9 cents, 1 cent, 40 cents. The price of this game is rarely over $1. This fits pretty well, though, considering it's an incredibly poorly reviewed indie game, described with such words as forgettable, glitchy,
I'm sorry.
And
I'm sorry. Were you in these reviews wrong?
Over $1. This fits pretty well, though, considering it's an incredibly
What site is
poorly
this?
reviewed.
I'm not defending the game. I'm just saying, what site is this?
Indie game described with such words as forgettable, glitchy, and an annoying experience for sure.
I bet this is a man who takes Doodle Jump very seriously.
I'm sure that had it
Dude, it's just a time-wasting game. It's not that deep. Get over it.
merely been, well, that, we'd be taking that first description of forgettable to its inevitable conclusion of forgotten, but there's a couple of snags. First, the background. This game was released on Switch and PS Vita digitally and was intended to be released on PS4 digitally as well.
Digitally.
It was created by Joe, an LRG employee.
Are we bitching about the quality of this indie game that was probably made by one dude? What is the point of this? What is the point of this?
And developer.
He's
And
complaining
then
about
its
nothing.
Digital PS4 release.
How is you complaining about a game some other dude made? Let me go ahead and predict this. You're going to say because in 2018 this was sold on the Switch and the Vita marketplace for $5 or $1, whatever. You're going to complain it's being sold for $30, $40 on limited run games. Let me go ahead and predict that. And you're going to try to bash this game that did nothing to you.
Release was canceled. That could have been the end of the story, except somehow, in some way, Joe had personally commissioned a limited physical run of Bird King.
Yeah, so the creator commissioned it. He paid them to create physical copies of his game that got canceled.
And this limited physical run was now somehow being sold. There are quite a few distinct parts to this. First, why was the game pulled from digital release? Well, according to Joe, the physical edition was funded by an
Okay.
When I first started,
This guy has aggressive commercials on
and I
here.
was really tired of getting blown up.
unnamed third-party investor who had gotten the physical edition printed for a, quote, stupid, silly promo release for an event that has since been canceled. Since the event was canceled, the digital release of the game was also canceled. Why this matters is that Sony doesn't allow you to sell physical editions of games that aren't available on the PlayStation Store. They want...
That is not true. That has not been true because I know there are many Maximum games and Nippon Ichi games. Sony may... It really depends on the contract you write up with them, but they don't own, in this case, Bird King. They can't tell Bird King what licenses and what properties they have unless it's in the... Unless Sony literally as part of it, like their contract. Like in the case of like limited exclusivity. But they can't say like you can't sell your property on certain things. And the way that other companies have gotten around that is you can't sell this version of like Revenge of the Bird King. But if they ever made Revenge of the Bird King special limited edition, then that's not covered by the contract if it's legally IP separate from the original Bird King. So you could get around that. That's not a complete truth.
Want every game you can buy physically to also be available.
Also, do you really think that if they breached a contract, Sony, especially since they're currently hurting for money with their $4 trillion in debt, wouldn't go after this guy in a lawsuit?
Available digitally. That's just the way it is. That means that when the digital edition was canceled, the physical edition could no longer be sold.
Unless you show me the contract where it says that, that's not true.
That's part one. Part two is that Metal Jesus Rocks did a video on this physical edition, wherein he suggests that this might be the rarest physical edition release ever. He explains that he got 2 copies from Joe, but that there's essentially no other copies available because of the fact that the game just can't be sold.
And that's true. Like, if it's a licensing issue, that's perfectly fine. In that case, I'm glad he kept it sealed. Good on Metal Jesus, I don't follow him.
He talks it up, really lays it on thick, and then tells people they can send a DM to Joe on Twitter and maybe he'll sell them one too. Next thing you know, LRG tweets that their employee had put up an elusive copy of the game on eBay as a one-time physical sale, with the benefits of the sale profiting the Video Game History Foundation. And then LRG holds a pop-up sales event in North.
Is he bringing this up as a detriment? Is he saying that somebody who bought the game is now reselling the game and donating all proceeds to charity? Is he bitching about that?
North Carolina, and who should be selling there but Joe and his box of Bird King physical copies. That's right, if you drive to North Carolina, you too could buy a physical copy of the game directly from Joe at the Limited Run Games event for only $30 a pop, or both variations of the cover, which is reversible, but you might not want to open it because it's such a collector's item now, for only $60, which is just $30 twice. When people picked this up, they noticed that the back of the box didn't look like the early leaks of the box art. That box art had clearly shown that the physical copy was intended to be Limited Run Games number 000. Boy, releasing an employee's random game as number 000 at a pop-up event sure would have been a stupid, silly promo. Of course, LRG was quick to mention that they didn't have anything to do with this physical release at all. Joe is just an employee and he's free to pursue his personal hobbies. Of course, LRG is the publisher of the PS Vita version and the Switch version, and their website is listed on the physical version as the publisher, and they filed for the ESRB rating for a physical release, and they had an event they were hosting where it would make sense to release a 000 game as an end cap already planned. Let's recap. An LRG employee makes a seemingly unlicensed physical edition of a game that LRG didn't publish, but which was published by them on every other console. This is then pulled from digital release after an unnamed third-party investor pulled their support, which was intended to complement an in-person event with a funny physical release. This employee then gives 2 copies to Metal Jesus Rocks, who is friends with LRG, and who makes a video calling it the rarest PS4 game of all time, and then LRG promotes an eBay auction for the game with proceeds benefiting Metal Jesus Rocks' former collaborator. Then, a few weeks later, they sell a bunch of the physical editions at an LRG physical pop-up sales event, which sure sounds like a funny in-person event to release the rumored 000 at.
So it just sounds like they did really good marketing. What's your point?
I mean, look, you can come to whatever conclusion you want.
I get the feeling you don't like whatever conclusion I want, because the conclusion I get is, I get the feeling you're trying to allude that this was some insider dealing where this guy was hyping up a product and people bought into the hype and bought this limited event item that they can't normally get, even though, as you just shown us, Limited Run Games does own publishing rights to it, even though they may not have necessarily published it as part of their regular run. They put it as a con-only thing, which isn't unique. There are lots of different figurines, books, comics, collectibles that are con-only.
From this, but if...
And so what? If, like, you just said they were old buddies, so why wouldn't Metal Jesus promo something he obviously is involved in, even if he's not directly benefiting from it? I have a BioShock 2 Collector's Edition for Xbox. He has on the bookshelf there.
Nothing else. This is incredibly incestuous, opaque, and...
That is a bizarre term to use for this. Incestuous? That is not the term I would use here.
Dubious. The biggest reason behind Limited Run Games has always been said to be preservation.
Show me that. On their website. Show me that where that's their... Because what you're showing me is an article of somebody else, CJ and Andresen, saying that. Show me... I'm going to look up Limited Run Games right now. I'm going to look them up right now, and it better say on their website that their mission statement is game preservation. Otherwise, you're full of shit. Limited Run Games mission statement. Because believe it or not, when you file for corporation, you actually have to say like what the goals and mission statement of your company are. About us. Ba-da-ba-ba. Their logo or their slogan is forever physical. Ba-da-ba-ba. We used over 1,000 games and giant collabs like Konami and LucasArts, which is true. Okay. In our increasingly digital world, we live by a simple motto, forever physical. Forever physical does not mean we believe in game preservation. That simply means we like to sell games that are normally digital physical. This man is misrepresenting the company right off the bat. That is not what they say. Limited Run says we believe forever physical.
Games has always been said.
When the auditor comes around, the mission statement also has to be clearly visible. That is correct, because you can be sued for misrepresenting what your company, if you're doing illegal shit outside the scope of what your company was constructed for. This man is right off the bat wrong. That's not the mission statement of that.
Preservation. They say
Wrong.
they're trying to preserve video games in a physical state.
That is not what they said. They did not say they're here for physical. They just say they like to sell physical games. That does not mean they're out trying to save the digital world. Digital world.
So that when, say, Nintendo shuts down the Switch eShop, it's going...
Okay, this is the beginning of his argument. How long is it? 3 minutes. 3 minutes he's going to be shitting out his ass right now. This is a bullshit.
To happen one day, you will still be able to...
More Dragon Ball Super. Actually, I'll watch this because I'm interested. I'm more interested in this. I'm more interested in the next 2 minutes talking about Dragon Ball Super than this motherfucker right here.
Play
They might get flagged.
some Switch games that weren't AAA enough to be released on a cartridge. Unfortunately, LRG does a lot of stuff that doesn't really fit into that preservation mindset.
Wow, it's a good thing they didn't say they're here for preservation. Man, it's a good thing it's not what they said at all, idiot.
Couple of examples in no particular order. LRG put out a No More Heroes Collector's Edition for
I bought that.
$79.99, and it included the original soundtrack. However, after release, it was discovered that it actually included all the original soundtrack except for one song, Philistine from the second
Oh no, they couldn't get the licensing for music. That happens all the time, you idiot.
game. Sam & Max Save the World's release was a remastered version that had some jokes removed, and after discovery...
So LRG, as they have said before, does not pick which version the company they collab with wishes to sell physically. They don't control that. They're not coders. They're just sent the thing. They just handle the creation, distribution, advertising, and all that. They handle all that. They basically like a marketing and distribution arm of whatever it is they collab with. They don't control the code. If somebody wants to sell the revised, more clean version, then that's the version that gets sold. That's not Limited Run Games' fault.
LRG said, "Y'all realize how many jokes are in Sam & Max, right? Complaining about 4 or 5...
Oh no. Two Discord complaints. Oh no, guys, Limited Run Josh from Discord said he didn't like how some of his favorite jokes from Sam & Max are changed. Oh no. Oh wait, no, Limited Run Josh is actually defending this. He's complaining about the people complaining, but this is still Discord.
jokes being changed in a game that has...
I apologize, Limited Run Josh. I was misrepresenting you. I was almost this guy.
Literally thousands of jokes is a whole new level. Cosmic Star Heroine requires a downloaded patch before it can...
Yeah, and guess what? Some of the games that are on Epic Runs require Epic Runs login and DRM check. Again, they're just about selling it physically. Even right there, even right here, it says Forever Physical. That's literally everything they do. They're not about game preservation, you fucking idiot.
Even be played. Scott Pilgrim, one of the largest launches that LRG ever did, doesn't have the Ubisoft DLC characters. LRG delayed...
Oh man, it's almost like Ubisoft didn't let them sell that. Jesus Christ.
Celeste by 6+...
I hate that game, by the way. I never liked Celeste. I think it's overrated.
Months to get the DLC on the cartridge. They specifically pledged to preserve all parts of a game, except for Scott Pilgrim, apparently. None of this is particularly surprising if you look at why LRG exists. They were originally formed to sell their own games from Mighty Rabbit Studios. Limited Run 001 is their game, Breach and Clear. They're not a game preservation company. They're a
Wow, they're not a game preservation company. You're right. It's almost like they never said that to begin with. Amazing. Wow, this guy's a real detective.
Game seller, first and foremost.
I
And
agree.
this
They are a
was
game seller
their
first and
attempt
foremost.
At not going bankrupt after their games failed to sell.
Yes, that is correct, because they tried to self-publish and it flopped, which is why most independent people don't do physical releases because it's very expensive and they partner with a publisher.
There's a lot of other companies, such as Strictly Limited, Super Rare, Special Reserve, and I Am 8-Bit, but Limited Run is the only one that actually wasn't started to preserve games. Having physical copies that are missing content, have been retroactively changed, require a patch download, or are missing DLC means that you've preserved nothing. All the
It doesn't mean you've preserved nothing. It means you preserved a 1.0. Excuse me. I shouldn't be eating while talking terribly. Even if you preserve, quote unquote, let's entertain that argument. Let's say that they were trying to preserve something. Preserving a 1.0 version of a game is still preserving a version of that game. In the world of live services was constantly DLC, updates, patches, and all that. You cannot preserve every possible iteration of a game. That, however, is completely separate from saying you preserved nothing. You're just complaining if they didn't preserve the most recent version of it, which, by the way, after it comes out, a company could always choose to go back and add something else, like an extra language or an accessibility option. Such a dumb argument.
Physical copy has done is give you less of a download for what is ultimately a pretty box for a digital version. Ultimately, the reason why people...
Who wants to be the first person to tell this guy that all video games are digital? Anybody?
Buy from Limited Run has little to do with the games themselves. Sure, there's a subset of customers who want to buy some specific game that LRG...
Oh shit, now you're gonna tell me that collectors buy this collectors-focused distribution, and that's why Limited Run Games chose to go in that direction, because they saw there was a lot of money and selling collectibles? Damn. This guy's an amazing businessman.
puts out, and there's another smaller subset that just wants to support game preservation. But the largest group of buyers amongst LRG's customers is collectors, and of course
I believe it.
is. I don't even think that's a surprising statement, because who else would buy these? In every case,
And
these are
water's
games
wet,
that
amazing.
already exist in other forms, usually a lot cheaper and certainly a lot sooner.
And you know why they're cheaper? Because they're not available physically. Damn, it's almost like making physical cards for something, or CDs or boxes or plastic costs something. Amazing.
Why wait a year to play a game that costs 4 or 5 times as much?
Because it's collectible, it's a version of that game that does exist literally anywhere else, which inherently makes it valuable for the respect of that game. And it makes it the most rare version of that game. That's why. If you have to ask that, you're not a collector.
Collectors. Limited Run feeds off FOMO and obsession.
Oh shit, are you telling me the Limited Run Games sells limited runs of games? Oh damn, I didn't even catch that.
That's fear of missing out, if you somehow hadn't heard that term before. And it's the same psychological trigger that drives people to panic buy toilet paper or milk. And it's used absolutely everywhere. Amazon uses it, car manufacturers use it. Black Friday is the literal incarnation of FOMO marketing. This stuff is everywhere, and it
works.
It works really well. But that
that's why they do it.
mean it can't be incredibly predatory.
No, it's not, because it can't be predatory, because telling someone up front that this is only available until supplies last, or I'm only available until a set date, telling them that up front is not predatory. You are also in no way forcing the person. You are informing them to make an educated decision about whether or not they do want to buy something at a premium. You are giving everybody all the details up front. That is in no way predatory.
Let me take a second here to clarify that I don't fault LRG for creating exclusive closed runs of games. I know there's a lot of people who are mad at the very concept of limited or exclusive printings, but that's not my concern here. Instead, my issue is with how they limit the products, how they artificially deflate the numbers, and how they release products piecemeal to exploitatively squeeze extra dollars per purchase. I think that last one is the easiest to grasp, so here's a couple of examples. LRG made a Jay and Silent Bob Mall Brawl NES cartridge, an admittedly pretty neat little toy if you're a fan of this game. A retro 8-bit side-scrolling brawler with couch co-op is exactly the kind of game that a limited edition NES port makes perfect sense for. It's the kind of product you actually want one of these super limited versions for. Yeah, you could buy it on Steam for $15, but with this collectible, you can play it on an NES. Super.
Destiny 2 is exactly what I'm here for. But not right now, even though all my friends are leveling up for the raid on Friday.
Neat. But LRG couldn't stop there. No, they made 3 versions of the cartridge in 3 different colors of plastic: gray, yellow, and green, and sold all 3 separately and as a 0 discount bundle in order to hit those receptors in your brain that say you're missing out if you don't buy the same game 3 times.
No, that's like arguing that, hey, I'm buying a car and there are 8 different colors for this car. I'm not telling you to buy all 8 cars. I'm giving you options to pick one that you want. I don't think that they were anticipating that somebody is going to be out there buying all 8 of those cars. There are people out there that are going to buy all 8 of the cars, but they're offering different color options. So effing what? It's not that deep.
Blaster Master.
And that also isn't even the core demographic of people who are going to buy not only the very niche version of that niche game, but buy it every single version of it. Who is he talking about?
03 was a big release on limited run, and they also decided to do Blaster Master 01 and 2 alongside it. However, rather than make 1 and 2 a single product, they make them 2 separate games. Now, this is only an issue for hardcore collectors. However, that's essentially LRG's entire user base. This is only made even worse when they decide to sell another artwork variation through Best Buy, or hold back unknown amounts of stock to sell on Fangamer well after the original sales period, or keep some mysterious percentage of stock available for in-person events. The argument here is usually some variation of, well, you don't have to buy them, or at least they're making physical versions of the games I want to play.
I mean, those are both very valid. Also, I don't know if you know this, Bud, but whenever any company sells any physical amount of anything, they always hold back a percentage of the SKUs, because if there's ever customer service issues, distribution problems, like errors, and they have to produce a copy from somewhere, you can't sell 100% of your stock. That's just dumb business. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Let's respond to those separately. First, if your only reasoning for why something predatory is...
It's not predatory. First off, right now, this man right here is what they call in the logical fallacy world begging the question. He is presenting his statement. I'm going to let him finish the statement.
Okay. Separately. First, if your only reasoning for why something predatory is okay is because it allows you to get what you want, that's pretty disingenuous.
Okay, so right here, he's saying if the only reason you like this predatory thing is because you care about getting what you want, he is already making the presumption as argument that it is a predatory practice to begin with, but he hasn't supported that yet. He's trying to turn the blame back around on you for being a bad person, even though he hasn't even explained that the entire reason he's trying to tell you that you're wrong is he hasn't even validated his first statement. He's just going ahead and saying that. Ooh, that is a malicious logic statement right here.
And I think you know why, or maybe you don't, but that's even worse.
This guy's an idiot already.
Secondly, the problem with predatory practice
He's doing it again. He's presuming the argument.
is not that everyone falls for them. It's that some people fall for them really, really hard. There's a reason why mobile games are free, yet still make billions of dollars. And it's not because they can just not play them. I would bet dollars to donuts that just like any gacha game, most of the revenue from LRG comes from what in any other world would be called whales. When your
Wow, no shit.
primary customer base is people literally obsessed.
You don't say that the target demographic for a free-to-play game is the people who actually spend money in the game. Amazing.
And
Again, if you don't like it, don't buy it.
Invested buying everything you have without question? Well, that's not exactly a wholesome approach, is it? The fact is that if LRG were all about preservation instead of just pure profit off the backs of the obsessed, they wouldn't exploit their own customers.
You're gonna have to go ahead and prove that they are exploiting customers. This will be funny.
With systems like this. I'm not even delving into the warped concept of a collector's edition of their limited games, a limited run of a limited run designed exclusively to extract more cash from those collector-minded customers. Now,
he's also attempting to bathe all collectors into being those hyper-obsessed collectors. There are some people who will just buy one version on one system and then just go on their merry way. I'm willing to bet that is more where all those sales come from, rather than thinking that the 1.1% of the people who have the ability to buy literally every single thing on the entire storefront is going to do that. This man is clearly, he's an armchair executive.
Now, not only are they hooking into your need to collect them all, they're insidiously digging deeper with a limited edition of a game that's already supposedly limited. If you're a big fan of retro Sega games, you're probably really enjoying the renaissance of Sega mini consoles. The Genesis Mini came out for $80 and it was fantastic. 42 games that people...
I'll tell you something. Knockoff versions of that console come out every single year.
Really wanted a smart UI, good quality, and easy to use. The Game Gear Micro is a series of ridiculous 1.15-inch tall handhelds with only 4 games each, but costing about $50. The Astro City Mini is sort of the in-betweener here, with 37 games that aren't exactly well known, but still have a solid fan base. Games like Alex Kidd, Dark Edge, Puyo Puyo, Shadow Dancer, and Wonder Boy. It's a solid little toy, something fans would no doubt really enjoy, but it's a bit more expensive at $120. Unless you buy it from LRG, in which case it's actually $129.99. Now, what is that extra $9.99 for? Well, the packaging is in English. Also, the games are in English, according to LRG. If you're a big enough fan, you probably realize a lot of those games are Japanese, with only English menus or even completely untranslated. So this $9.99 makes a lot of sense. It allows you to buy the games in English, the first time even for a lot of the games in the group. So you go to buy this, and then you see it says localized English packaging for the US market, and only 3,500 units have been manufactured in English packaging for the US market. It says English, and it's limited. It's going to sell out soon. You need to hurry or you won't get it. So you plunk down your $129.99. Maybe you even buy the...
This guy's already boring me because his entire point is so off the mark. Jesus Christ.
$39.99 style kit that lets...
I'm going to sum you up right now. So effing what if they are a distributor of that? Sometimes you can buy the same product at different merchants, and some merchants may charge more for whatever reason that it is. That's simply the stock value that's on their shelf. They're allowed to like raise the price on something or lower the price on something. Did you know that when you have a game on a marketplace like Steam or like when GameStop or Walgreens or Walmart or anything like that puts a sale on a game, that's not the publisher putting the sale on the game. That's the that's the merchant putting the sale on the game themselves. They're allowed to raise or lower the price on that particular item. They can do that. MSRP is not law. That's suggested retail price is literally in the label. This fucker does not understand it. He's probably never worked a day of retail in his life.
You turn it into and you can't find it. That's right.
Blah, blah, blah.
Literally, let's be in English. There is a conspiracy about limited run, and I explored that conspiracy because, frankly, it sounds entirely possible. I spent dozens of hours investigating, cross-referencing, looking through financial documents, talking to people, so I think I've got a pretty good idea of what's going on.
I bet he Googled
I'll tell
Reddit.
you the conspiracy. Limited Run holds back a significant portion of their stock and then sells it
Define significant.
themselves on eBay after artificially inflating the price.
Prove it.
After all, so many of their games end up on eBay, and it's really hard to imagine that everyone who buys a copy on day one is a scalper.
Not everyone is, but there will be plenty that are. Did you know that on Limited Run's website, there is no limit on many games for how many you can buy? They even say if you are a merchant, like say you own a mom and pop store. In fact, somebody even in the Discord was bringing that up. There are mom and pop stores that will buy in bulk of a limited run title because they know there's a limited run of them, and they will sell it in their mom and pop shop at a markup because they need to make a profit, or sell it through their eBay store because they know once the run's over, it will go up in value because it is limited run.
On top of that, games show up on eBay before they're even released by Limited Run.
Oh shit, this guy's never seen a pre-sale before in his life. Poor sap.
There's gotta be something behind it, right? This is a company that profits from FOMO, intentionally making the bare minimum amount of a product so that it sells out in seconds.
What is the bare minimum of a limited run product? Wouldn't that technically be 0 because they don't have to exist at all? Did you even think that statement through?
Process that leaves many real collectors having to buy from eBay at inflated prices if they want to get a copy.
No. Because if anybody who's bought from LRG knows, they publicly advertise when something's going to go on sale. If you sign up for the newsletter, they spam you with it. I know they do for me. I've seen so many advertisements of this game's coming up, this game's coming up, this game's coming up, this game's available now, this game's available now, this game's selling out soon, the cutoff date is this time. If you would make any level of attempt, you will get a copy.
This encourages scalping and only harms consumers.
Technically, scalpers are consumers.
Games can sell out in 2 minutes, encouraging.
That has never happened. That has never happened. That is a theoretical conjecture that is in no way supporting your argument. That has never happened.
Bots and are set during hours that aren't internationally friendly. 10 a.m.
Making this shit up.
To be one of the many games.
This, by the way, is what you call a classic strawman argument. So because he cannot support any evidence to his conspiracy, as he puts it, of them creating limited artificially low quantities to then turn around eBay, he is now creating the argument of the well-known like PS5 bots and stuff like that, and now attacking that. This is a strawman argument, a textbook strawman argument. He can't actually support his point, so he's making up one and attacking it to make himself sound good.
Gamers who goes to buy one of these Funko Pops only to miss the sale and then see dozens.
Now Funko Pops sell out freaking day like one. Like those can sell out in 2 hours easy. But the difference is a Funko Pop is literally available there and has to be made available across the entire planet. This is a video game pre-sale. That's completely different.
Or hundreds of copies pop up on eBay for twice the price.
You're lucky to get twice the price, man.
It's not hard to see how, seeing this happen so frequently, you might be led to believe that Limited Run was itself partaking in the profits.
Prove
I
it.
spent untold hours investigating this. I
Uh-huh.
compiled a list of every current and recent past employee of Limited Run, including close associates.
Considering there's only 20 people, I can't imagine that took you very long. It's literally on their website.
I cross-referenced every sale of every Limited Run game on eBay based on a 100-mile radius of the office location in North Carolina. And I found...
Oh shit, they're in North Carolina? I'm in the same state as them. Oh, and I'm not in the same state. I didn't dox myself.
absolutely no one who worked...
I am looking for a place in North Carolina, though.
...or was otherwise associated with Limited Run selling any of...
This guy's an amateur unboxer. How dare you put your filthy gamer hands on that plastic?
...of their games on eBay. Except two. I then spent quite a lot of time... No one who worked or was otherwise associated with Limited Run selling any of their games on eBay. Except two. I then spent quite a lot of time looking into these two people. One of them works for a major game developer nearby, and after all of this, I've decided that he's just a fan with too much money who buys without thinking and then ends up with multiple copies.
Wow, judgmental much?
However, the second person, well, they are associated with Limited Run. Very closely, in fact, and it led me...
How closely? Define it. Let's see that investigation journalism. I bet this guy doesn't have the balls to say.
...down a different path. Let's talk...
So wait, he only found one person who he suspects based on a speculative eBay account of selling shit? Is that it?
...for just a moment about how Limited Run parcels out their limited quantities of games. First, there are order minimums for licensing from Sony and Nintendo. Sony requires you to print 1,000 copies of a PS4 or PS5 game and 1,500 Vita copies. Nintendo requires you to order in 2,500 unit allotments. This means that typically the orders will be in some multiple of these, 1,000, 2,500, 5,000, etc. Let's just assume a 1,000 unit order, and you can extrapolate out from there. Right off the top, Limited Run is holding, let's say, around 10% for returns and faulty copies. They have a notoriously high failure rate, and
Notoriously high? Can you give me examples on that? Like, literally, can you back up any of this with proof? I've yet to see proof come out of this man's mouth. He's like, just trust me, bro, has been his argument so far. We are almost half an hour through on this. This dude is just trust me, bro. This man reeks of Reddit energy.
They will usually agree to send you a new copy if the first one doesn't arrive in a...
Actually, real fast, I need to take a quick break because since we started this stream, I literally haven't taken a break real fast. So I'm going to get some water real fast. I'm going to continue this. We'll be right back.
working order. Then they hold back another 15% for in-person convention booths, pop-up
Okay, my mic went out there for a second. How long have I been out? Have I only been out since the break, or have I been out longer than that? Oh god, I hope I haven't been out for the entirety of this video starting. Otherwise it looks like a bunch of random pauses. Only since break? Okay, phew. Thank goodness. Okay. But yes, I was saying Sakurai is a gem. He's amazing. I look forward to seeing what he's going to put on his YouTube channel. That man has borne the cross of humanity's sins for too long. Let him rest.
shops and the
I also was saying this man so far is still only going on speculation. He has no proof. Just any proof, literally any proof. He's pulling any number out of his ass right now. I think 15% for using at this. How do you know this?
Like
Literally
150 copies, and they'll combine this with any returns left over. Then
how do you know
they
that?
hold copies for their trusted partners. There are 89 non-Best Buy, GameStop, Fangamer partners.
Oh. I don't care.
Let's assume each one gets 1 to 2 of each variant.
By the way, I appreciate that at least people here are not watching the ads here.
I've seen photos that show, for example, that the partner received all 3 Metal Slug variants and multiple copies of several releases.
Damn, I missed out on that.
Rounding that, let's just say 15%.
Why would you? Where are these numbers coming from? He's pulling them out of his ass. These are complete ass pulls.
We're already down to 600 copies, which they then split into 2 groups for the morning and evening sales. So the first group that sells is going to get 300 copies. They've hinted in their FAQ that the ratio is something like 5 to 1 buyers to product already, but it's actually closer to...
Can you please show me the context of that conversation so we can know that you're not pulling that number out of context?
16 to 1 once you take out the held copies. Then they ship those copies to their trusted partners. And this is where we circle back, because the person I found was one of those trusted partners.
So then what's the problem? For trusted partners who's allowed to authorize reselling of it, what's the problem?
I started doing some more checking, and the largest and most frequent eBay sellers of limited run games are almost, without fail, someone included in the limited run partner program. They
so fucking weird. Oh my god, the people that are authorized resellers of limited run games are selling them online as authorized resellers of limited run games? Oh my god. Such journalism.
Ship these copies to their retail.
I have that Undertale Collector's Edition that's underneath the glass there.
Retail partners, and those partners on average add $20 per game.
This man does not know what reselling physical retail is like.
And much more for the most sought after collector's edition, sometimes hundreds of dollars more. Limited Run is not exactly free with their policy on partners, but from what I've...
You know why? It's because it's called a free market. See, a lot of people don't understand this, but and I'm going to go ahead and try to not sound like a villain here, but believe it or not, is sketch as it often is, the actual act of quote-unquote scalping, which is to, you know, take something that you bought and then flip it for usually, let's just say 2 to however many times more than its original buying price, while that is absolutely advantaged to the actual original consumer who wants that and for any reason couldn't get it, at the same time, it will never be considered illegal. There will never be sanctions on that. The reason why is because, at least in this country, we are a free market economy. The pricing of anything that you want to sell is up to you. You determine how much you want to sell your house. You determine how much you want to sell your car. You determine how much you want to resell a video game on the internet. You determine that. The government doesn't tell you that. Your employer doesn't tell you that unless you're, contractually with them. But nobody in the world technically tells you. Like, you determine that yourself. That is the point of a free market. Now, you can set the price. That doesn't guarantee it's going to sell at that price. And that's why the market always corrects itself. Now, if somebody does buy at that price, then it justifies the sale. If you're upset that this version of this game costs $200, if somebody buys it at $200, they prove that it's justified. If it wasn't, then they wouldn't buy it. You are presuming that the FOMO of any human being is overriding any resources or logical deduction or simply any accountability of the person. You're saying it's FOMO, somebody's going to buy it. They set at $500, that means they're selling them all at $500. No, you can set whatever price you want. If people don't buy it, they're going to lower it. Even scalpers realize that. Back when, let's just take the PS5 examples. Those people that bought thousands and thousands using the bots and sitting on warehouses flipping them for $3,000, they're now gone down to $750 or $800 if you want to find them on Flip, because it's not worth it anymore because PS5s are accessible for the most part. I at least where I am, I see them in store shelves. They're not worth being flipped. That's like market's correcting itself. It always does. People like this are trying to argue from a bubble.
Been able to find after talking to some of them is that there's a
hope I'm not shouting into the mic. I think I'm peeking. I'm gonna push the mic back.
Policy so everyone's reasonably spread out, and then those partners are given a first buy opportunity at the regular going price. They pay.
This man's an idiot if he thinks they're doing it out of the goodness of their heart. You guarantee that's a contract.
The same price we all pay, but they get theirs guaranteed.
Oh shit, it's almost like wholesalers get product before the public does. Oh my god, this guy fucking... Who's he talking to? He's talking to people that don't know what they're talking about. Well, actually, I answered my own question.
No lottery, no hope.
And even look at the subtitle of this chapter, Legitimize Scalpers. Scalpers aren't illegal. Show me any law that shows scalping is illegal. It's not. Because that's just a colloquial term for reselling. It's only reselling when you don't like it because the thing you want to buy is more expensive.
Hoping to get the cart to load. None of the normal stuff we have to go through. This means that limited...
This man has never worked in retail.
...run is limiting stock for legitimate consumers.
No. They are producing stock for their wholesale partners, which, yes, precedes the general market for the public. They are not withholding supplies because a supply was never going to the public to begin with. You fucking brainlet.
While sloughing off inventory.
Sloughing? What the hell's sloughing mean?
To what are essentially legitimized scalpers. Those partners put the games up on eBay at astronomical prices.
Again, as I just said, they can put whatever price they want. It's not legitimized unless somebody buys it, and the consumer holds all the power in the transaction because they can just walk away and say, no thanks.
Scalping you because they are enabled to do so by
sloth. I've never heard of sloth
themselves. Then limited run has
that's a cool looking patch, by the way. That's a good looking patch.
To physical conventions and sell them there to a frenzy of people thinking that one.
This motherfucker has never been to a con. If you ever go to a con, you know you're paying like 3 times more than you normally would. Con prices are usually expensive. It's not a flea market where people sell things on the cheap. You go to a con, things are pumped up. Like, yes, those are inflated. This man does not know what he's talking about. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing.
1,000 copies sold in 5 seconds instead of 300. It's not illegal, it's just scummy.
Yeah, he even answered his own question. It's not illegal, I just don't like it. Then what the fuck was the point of this entire chapter?
You've heard of Among Us. You know what kind of
He said
game it
Among
is, and
Us.
frankly, you're probably all sussy-baked out by now.
Such a sussy baka.
It's on Steam, it's on Epic, it's on Google Play, it's on iOS, it's on the Switch, it's on the Game Pass, it's coming to PS5, it's everywhere.
It is everywhere.
Among Us is the world's most popular game of all time.
That is not true. I cannot believe he said that with a straight face. I know he's hyperbole. I cannot believe he said that with a straight face. It's an older term, not regularly used day to day, just more parents, grandparents. It's an older term, sir, but it checks out.
It had 500 million unique monthly players. It's won Best Mobile Game, Best Multiplayer Game. It's a pretty big...
That was at its peak. That ain't the case right now, pal. The most popular game in the world.
Success. LRG announced a physical...
Pay attention to this, because I know what he's about to say. He's complaining that the PC version of Among Us did not come with a physical game. Anybody who has ever bought a PC game in the last 10 years, how many times have you bought a PC game and you got the physical version? Almost never. Even the collector's versions of almost every PC version of a game is going to give you a download install code for whatever service you got. And they tell you that up front. Because most computers these days don't even have disk drives. If you are a PC collector and you've existed in the last 20 years, you know you're not getting a physical copy. And you know this. That is not ripping anybody off. Watch him argue that this is unfair and PC people deserve more or some shit like that. This man does not game on PC if he doesn't understand that most of the PC marketplace deals in digital only. And he's gonna be like, well then why do they get a physical thing? Because they still sell physical swag for people who like the game. Some people just want to buy swag, you idiot. That's the whole point of being a collector.
Physical collector's edition for Among Us. Perhaps that's confusing to you because Among Us is a game that requires you to play online with others and has updates.
Why would that confuse you? People who play on PC typically have access to the internet.
And things like that, and you can't really update a physical edition.
Good thing it's not physical, idiot.
Well, don't worry. LRG has you covered. They're not including a physical version of the game.
Because it's the PC version, you idiot.
At all. The $80 collector's edition instead comes with a download code for Steam or Epic. Sure, there's a disc, but that disc has concept art on it. Oh, there's a second disc as well. It has music on it. They couldn't possibly have included a physical version of the game.
Because the people who are installing the game are not going to be installing it on the disk drive they probably don't have. You idiot.
And why?
They don't want it.
Well, there's DRM involved, and everyone knows you can't include a video game on a disc if there's DRM.
Because guess what? As we just established, they don't control the code. You still have to log into whatever account of the service you are going to, and they control the DRM rules there. That's not Limited Run's fault. They have no control over that.
In order to add a little bit of FOMO to this order, they also offered up Among Us exclusive plushies.
Yeah, so they offered merch. Big fucking deal.
Only 500 of them for $19.99.
That's actually really cheap. How big is this? 6 inches? That's actually a good size. Dude, most of the plushies that are like 6 inches are going to be like $25, $35. That's actually a really good price. That's cheap. That's actually really cheap for officially licensed merch that's that big. 6x4 is pretty sizable. Actually, that's not really. That's like the size of a game controller. But even then, it's probably like, that's still decent for 20 bucks. I believe it being 20 bucks.
So you can put that next to your box of physical non-game items while playing your game on Steam. Random point here, but limited run games...
How dare you quote Kotaku? Jesus fucking Christ. Kotaku, if you're not aware of, is the TMZ of video game. Never take anything I say.
Sent out this tweet not too long ago using their motto, Forever Physical. Perhaps you heard me mention that you could pick up a game at Best Buy as well. Not just any game, of course, but limited run games with
Actually, yeah, I have done that sometimes.
unique covers. Yes, with any order that you buy, you might find that your super rare, ultra valuable, soon to be worth a mint game is actually just one.
No one tell this guy that different merchants have different pre-order bonuses for games too. Oh no. Merchant exclusivity couldn't be. Who is this guy talking to? He's talking to people that don't play video games or buy them. I think he's talking to children because their mothers buy their games for them.
Of 25,000 copies, which aren't even going to sell out and will slowly be marked.
Oh, they definitely do sell out.
Down and down until they're bundled with old consoles.
You know what's cool about actually Best Buy and the rest of them? They'll go on sale pretty often too.
This means limited is a bit of a misnomer, but
no, it's still limited because nobody else is physically printing it except for them. And it is still limited, it's not available forever. Even right there, Best Buy is getting these in limited quantities with no ability to reorder. Once they sell out, they've sold out.
But at least it's still somewhat accurate until you take into account.
How is this somewhat accurate? Look, here, right here, he was talking about speculative quantities that retailers have. Best Buy right here, a print run for under 25,000 units. And most traditional retail games are going to be over like 100K, and that's fine. Best Buy only bought 5,000. And there you go. 5,000 copies across Best Buy. That's pretty damn limited. And games that otherwise would sell hundreds of thousands more, only 5,000, that is very limited. What are you talking about a somewhat limited? It's either limited or it's not limited. That's really not an ambiguous term.
That many of LRG's products have lengthy pre-order periods, meaning anyone can buy.
This is Blankos, the free-to-play multiplayer game.
Wait, I need to log in as you so I don't get ads.
Buy it and be guaranteed a copy or 1,000 copies. There's no limits on these sales at all, so you could buy hundreds or thousands of copies.
You really can't buy thousands of copies because they only bought thousands of copies to begin with. If you read the article you're actually pointing out, literally 3 lines above your highlighted text. I love how he's ignoring the text up here to highlight the text down here.
Now you're buying into the...
And even in his own example, it is limited. It's just that once Best Buy places their order and they print to fulfill that order, they're not printing anymore. That doesn't mean Best Buy can always keep printing thousands and thousands and thousands. They only want a few. They don't want all this. God.
Hundreds or thousands of copies.
Such an
now,
idiot.
You're buying into this limited product that has no limits.
It does have a limit. You literally just show the text that said it has a limit. It has an order limit that you're only getting a few thousand, and that's it. You cannot reorder. That makes it limited. How is this so hard to understand?
At all. But at least once they're sold out, you'll have something rare. Except, no, of course not, or I wouldn't have even said such a thing. No, with games like Wonder Boy, Dragon's Trap, and Streets of Rage 4, the publisher just went and printed more physical products and sold them on their own. With the Streets of Rage 4 version, the LRG version was delayed for so long that by the time the LRG version actually shipped to people...
That's not LRG's fault. That the people who made Streets of Rage 4 decided to self-publish physical after LRG stepped in and wanted to deal with them. And I bet, how often does that happen? That almost never happens. Out of the literally almost 1,000 LRG units, almost none of them choose to self-publish after they do an LRG run. That is such a specific cherry-picked example.
People who...
That is in no way common.
Pre-ordered it. Another physical edition was already...
And also, I bet he's going to blame LRG for the fact that the people who own the game chose to be physical after they ordered physical from them. How is that LRG's fault? Again, how is it LRG's fault?
Out. And it was cheaper, and it had a better cover. One especially egregious example is the...
Because all he has is one example. because he doesn't have evidence to support it.
Doom helmet, which was originally limited to just 4,000 helmets. It didn't include a game, just a physical helmet.
Yep. And you know what else did? They did this for Fallout. They did it for Halo. That's why they call it the helmet bundle, because you're just buying the helmet. You buy all the physical, it's just the helmet. I think it is weird that if you do say collector's bundle, it is a bit misleading because you're just getting the helmet, but they do say it right there. No games included, it's a helmet. If you don't read it, when it's very visible right there, that's on you, man. They even show pictures. It doesn't include anything else, just the helmet. So,
the essence of what these collector packs
140 is on the steeper side, but that I've seen, that's ballpark.
Really are just the fluff. And then, after selling out, it showed up on Bethesda's website for sale with an extra 20,000 helmets. It's still available for sale, so you can just go buy one. Well, at least Limited Run won't reprint any of them, except also no. While they've never done any egregious reprinting, they did re-release a previous game on a new console. Oddworld New and Tasty was sold ages ago on PS4, and they recently reissued it, but this time on PS3. Same physical edition, different code in the box. With Power Rangers Battle for the Grid, Limited Run priced their version at $60, only for the publisher to release a different physical edition.
Again, all you're saying in this example is LRG made a deal, then the publisher went around and just decided to self-publish. All three of these examples show that. You still have yet to show where LRG is the villain in this story. All three of these examples have just been the publisher decided to pair and just proceed and go with this. You know, like just like with LRG when they first started out. Hey, we can self-publish, and hey, we can publish for other people. And other people are like, hey, instead of other people publishing for us, we could just self-publish. He provided 3 examples of the same example, none of which actually show it. He's just trying to stretch it and say LRG lied about their limited availability. They didn't lie. They didn't know that the publisher was going to self-publish. How could they? They don't own it.
Edition, which included all of the...
Has he proven a point yet? Hold on. What chapter is this? So he did Tellurico nonsense that had nothing to do with it. Bird King, which he didn't understand. That was not a scandal. Preservation, which was erroneous. FOMO, which he doesn't understand. Astro City Mini, which he didn't understand. eBay Conspiracy, which was speculation. How Partners Work, which he didn't explain because he doesn't understand it. Legitimize Scalpers, which he doesn't understand. Among Us, which he doesn't understand. And Switching Stories that he is alleging and attempting to place blame. He has not...
The
He hasn't said
DLC, the
anything.
limited run version didn't have for 30.
Whatever, bitch,
They
bitch, bitch,
hadn't
bitch.
just straight up reprinted a product, but then they did. With Hunt Down, the collector's edition was reprinted and resold. An additional 1,000.
Yeah, they said a limited second run. I'm sorry. Is he really trying to split hairs, saying that just because some things are more limited than other things, that it's still not limited? He's missing the point. The whole point of limited run games is they are an option that for a limited time, for a limited quantity, you can buy this game physical. At what point has that not been true? He's trying to argue they're not limited, even though, as he just said, they ordered an extra 1,000 copies. That's still pretty damn limited. What is his point? He hasn't made a point yet.
And resold an additional 1,800 copies for a second. Distribution
Yes.
titles are always subject to having further runs, as those games are not directly
Oh no,
printed
somebody
by us.
bitching on Twitter. Couldn't
This
see
is
that coming.
at best a weak excuse.
And this is at best a weak ass video. Holy shit. We're going. I need to speed this up because this guy is literally saying nothing.
Somehow,
I keep watching this hoping that he's going to make a point. He's not making a point.
it's now acceptable for them to reprint games without making that really clear.
Oh no, they made my limited thing even more limited, but it's still fucking limited. Oh no. I'm sorry, that was very rude, but this is really starting to irritate me.
When you're buying the
It's way too much idiocy at once. I didn't expect this.
game. Huntdown still has the limited run logo on the box. It was still sold on the limited run that people
And it's still
lined
limited.
up to buy,
Yes.
expecting it to be, a limited run.
Because it was limited.
Ultimately, however, it means that these games aren't rare, aren't valuable, and however, contradiction for all the people who all for people being able to pick up the game. Honestly, I think I stand pretty firmly on the side.
Okay, this is a fake
Fun
conversation
is
for
supposed
memes.
to aren't valuable and could be reprinted at any time in the future by any number. Certainly, 2Web is meaning it's not even an investment. LRG's customer service is apparently
Oh my god, he's citing the Better Business Bureau. You know the Better Business Bureau only exists to field complaints from people who don't know how to use actual customer service or feel helpless. This is a reach. Look at this right here, Castlevania guy. I was hoping this was a hit piece. I was hoping there'd be some dirty investigative journalism. This guy's just bitching. And half of it's bitching about stuff he doesn't understand. My review is a little mixed, but my main complaints are the difficulty in ordering limited items. They allow scalpers to use bots to snatch up all the sales. That is not true. In fact, I just got my Castlevania collection, by the way. It literally just came just yesterday. Horrible customer service. I could care less about helping you. Well, it's customer service, man. We don't care about you. Surprise, surprise. And just ignore details when there's an issue, and they will supposedly ban you from what I heard of the most petty stuff, probably because you're harassing them. So be weary. Not wary, just weary. When going against them in a dispute. What was your dispute? What was your complaint? Prices aren't horrible, and I've never had an issue with shipping like many others claim to have had, so no complaints there. Thankfully, overall, they are good for a buy or two every now and then to avoid scalper prices on certain games later on if you can get lucky enough to actually snag them first. If you decide to buy from them, pray you don't have any issues or experience. What was your issue? So his issue is the difficulty in ordering limited items. This is a personal anecdote. I recognize it as a personal anecdote. But I have bought a few dozen LRG titles over the course of the years. And I have never not had my order fulfilled. I've always gone in during the ordering window, clicked buy, clicked shipping, clicked purchase, and that was it. I would get it like 6 months later or whatever, whenever it comes out.
laid trash.
Also, 12 complaints. That's not bad. For a company that's been as long as this doing what it is, 12 complaints? That's all you got? That's pretty damn good. Literally, look at this. Problem with 8 people have had a problem with public service, 2 people a product or service, 2 people had a problem with advertising and sales, 2 people had a problem with delivery issues. That's it. That's it. That is some weak ass shit, man.
Scroll through Trustpilot or the BBB. 2 websites designed to provide a
Here, and LRG even said, hey, you tried to return something you opened. We even said we don't do exchanges based on defective manufacturing. There was no reported defective unit. It was likely damaged by you upon inspection, and we determined you don't qualify for a refund. Dude, working in customer service or returns, I get that all the fucking time. Somebody tears open something. No, it came like that. No, you clearly, I see your ugly fingerprints on this. Yeah, opened items. If you open it, I mean, in many cases with collector's items, if you open the collector's item, you don't get to return it because it's not resellable or collector item. If they said that, then these are people who are violating the returns. And they're arguing that they want their money back, but they don't realize you violated the terms of return.
A semi
See? He fucking took it out of his packaging to put in his Game Boy Color.
impartial rating for
This person is bitching about the quote-unquote censorship about the 5 jokes that were taken out of Sam and Max. What are those 5 jokes? What are those 5 jokes? I'm almost curious now. These are very dumb. I'm almost siding with limited run games here.
For consumers to know how good.
This actually seems legitimate. I did not receive a tracking number for my order. This seems like a legit complaint.
Good a company is at.
But it looks like they've been attempted to contact them twice and the other person didn't reply, which seems kind of suspect. They insult their customers on Facebook? Why are you on Facebook? That is insulting. You deserve to be insulted.
Dealing with customers. And
if you ordered it through PayPal, first off, if you did it through debit, you're an idiot. And second, if you didn't, you can just cancel it through your card or your bank. This is a resolvable issue. This person couldn't get past. Same here. My card was charged immediately after purchase. Trying to cancel it, then just cancel through your credit card holder. And they couldn't get past the captcha failed. That just sounds embarrassing. Why would you admit that online?
You'll find a whole lot of unanswered complaints.
They are answered, though. I'm actually seeing plenty of answers. I'm also seeing plenty of instances where these people are dumb. There's only 12, by the way. I don't know how 12 is plenty. This is a very highly weighted score.
There's the normal I did something bad and they caught me kind of posts, but
Yeah.
a worrying majority of the complaints posted are actually about the customer service.
8 out of 12 are regarding customer service, and a couple of those customer service, as you just point out and trying to sweep past, are on the customer end where they tried to violate the returns and they couldn't get customer service to agree to return something that they violated. The company promised buyers free games through a loyalty program? Dude, what's this loyalty program? Buy 40, get one free? Yeesh. No thanks.
Service. See, LRG's entire business revolves around you
That's
sitting happily
unlucky.
on your hands while they take however long they want to
First off, you're playing Death Stranding. Second, you effing clown. Why are you on the road and you're running?
send you the product. We're
You should kill yourself because you lost all your packages.
not talking
I'm serious. You should kill yourself so you restart and you get them all back.
Amazon times here. You're not getting anything tomorrow. The wait time for an LRG release is always months.
Pretty
but
much, yeah.
Sometimes it can be years.
Really? When?
LRG has stated many times that they focus on shipping bigger titles, and games with the largest quantities sold, they prioritize their releases. That's fine. In fact, it makes a lot of sense.
Can you provide evidence on anything?
But it also means that they're selling unfinished products that have no firm timeline, and only after you buy it will they even start to work.
Sitting ducks ahead, who wants them?
What's the plan, Michelle?
Point.
On the product, and if the game you
you pay first, then they ship it to you. That's kind of how it works when you order things online. What, you expect them to mail it out first and then collect money?
buy doesn't sell gangbusters? Well, they often push lower priority games back quite a lot. There's a game called 5 Dates that was a very small order, and it kept getting pushed back again.
But did they state that the reason was because of a low order quantity, or is that you assuming that they pushed back the delivery because of low order quantity? Can you prove any of this?
And again and again.
Correlation is not causation.
And it looks like some customers
We got it, guys. The Reddit post. We got the Reddit post. I knew it. I knew somewhere in this video there'd be a Reddit post. That's too easy. You know this guy surfs Reddit. He plays into a stereotype. No offense if you also play into Reddit, but you really shouldn't. Man, using Reddit as a source. Oh, too funny. So his source is somebody on Reddit said so, but even that person on Reddit didn't cite their source. Oh my effing god. What an idiot.
Waited over a year to get it. And when you get it, Bing is, well, trash. LRG is based in the usually bad.
I'm gonna skip this because this is
domestically, though, it's not exactly better. A understand immediately very frequently. LRG's response to this was to introduce a box that you have to pay for. Unless, of course, you buy more games, then they'll give it to you for free. They literally nickel and dime you $2.
I hate to say it. Yes, that box is some. First of all, I can't opt out of it. I'm pretty sure. I think like you have to buy it in the shipping and handling, but that's part of shipping and handling is you pay for the box. Hate to say it, but that's like very typical. The box, by the way, is actually pretty good quality. I actually like to keep the limited run boxes because they're so sturdy and form fitting. I put other games in them.
They'll give it to you for free. Sit angry, and I can't help but think that somehow, unless you buy them all at the same time, obviously.
This is how you don't play Death Stranding. First of all, you don't really play Death Stranding, but you do not whip out the motorcycle in the rocky parts at all. You're just gonna fall over and damage all your shit. This is a tutorial on how not to play Death Stranding. I know he's making the joke of bad delivery. This is bad gameplay. This hurts to look at. And I don't even like Death Stranding.
Possibility for a new release.
Coming soon to Game Pass on PC, by the way.
Add in the staggered release schedule, and you've got a perfect storm for increasing shipping costs. Complain, it seems the customer service representatives will blame you, deny responsibility, and
wow, it's almost like customers deny responsibility. Amazing. World's round.
Refuse to assist.
Skip.
Game copies, they are marketed as limited and rare.
Marketing. You're bitching about. He's cherry picking the 8 arguments.
A guarantee. You did sign a contract, and there's absolutely no cooling off period for online purchases, but if they agree, you'll get your money back. And Limited Run will ban you from their website forever. They will blacklist you.
Based on what? One person's anecdote?
Blacklist your address, blacklist your name. The only way to protect yourself as a customer when Limited Run doesn't meet their obligations is to take actions that will end your ability to shop with them ever again.
Hate to say it, but if you're being an asshole of a customer, any company usually has a right to refuse service. This man's assuming the morality of the customer, in which case that's not true. These people could just be assholes.
How is that customer support? They charge you.
I like how people think that the customer is always right is nature's law. That is not true. This man's an idiot.
Up front, hold and your money for upwards of a year, and then finally ship out your item. And when they screw up your shipment, they take months to correct it, or they ban you and refund all of your purchases.
One person's case is not the case of the thousands and thousands and thousands of people who have had perfectly normal relationships. You are using an outlier and a radical irregular event as evidence for a pattern. This man is very falsely misrepresenting things. This is a reach.
And just sell it off to
this is a Halo reach.
Some other schmuck with 5 games that are beloved by their fans. LRG has released these games on Switch, Game Boy Color, and PS4 as a physical release already, and from all accounts, people are pretty happy with those. This led LRG to announce a PS5 version. You can get a regular physical edition of this for $29.99, which includes the physical game and a manual. The digital version sells for $9.99. Or you can buy the collector's edition for $79.99. This collector's edition includes a bunch of random stuff, a manual.
This man's never played a collector's edition before. They're always full of random stuff. Actually, for $80, that's pretty fair to get a steelbook. Physical version of the game, which, by the way, bro, PS5 games first party are $70. This is $10 more than a regular PS5 first party game. Just saying. PS5 owners are kind of forced to pay higher prices. $10 more to get this much stuff, that's actually a bargain for the PS5. Just saying.
A steelbook, some pins, and a keychain.
Oh, those are enamel pins. Those are actually going to be worth at least $10, $15 by themselves. Let's price this out.
And an acrylic standee. A little acrylic cutout of Shantae from the game.
Yeah, that's what an acrylic standee means. Thank you.
There will be...
Well, you didn't want to mention the keychain?
Of random
oh, he did say the
stuff,
keychain.
A manual, a steelbook, some pins, and a keychain, a poster, and an acrylic...
He didn't say the soundtrack. The soundtracks are there. No love to the soundtrack. All right, so let's piece this out. PS5 game. Wesley, I have a weakness when it comes to pins. I very much have a weakness when it comes to pins. Not so much keychains, but definitely pins. So, $60 game. Let's go low. Let's go say $40. $10 for the steelbook is normal. $10 for a soundtrack is normal. $10 to $15 for a pin is normal. Keychain, I'm going to say $5 to $10. I don't know. The acrylic standee is definitely $10. The poster is usually a throw-in. I'm not going to give valuation for that. Those are also very tame posters, quite frankly. And a big old box, honestly. That's a pretty girthy box. That's usually $10 right there just to have a boxed version of something. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus the game. Yeah, even if the game was $40, that's easily $100 worth of stuff, normally, if you piecemeal that out. Paying $80 for a $100 package, that's very fair. That's actually very fair when it comes to collector's editions.
Collector's edition includes a bunch of...
Most people will probably be very satisfied with this collector's edition. I don't know what he's complaining about.
Random stuff, a manual, a steelbook, some pins.
First of all, it's not random. If you're going to be paying collector's edition, I expect a steelbook. I like a collectible case, not mandatory, but I prefer it. I also want a art book or something like a statuette. I'm going to say because they have acrylic standee, that's it. And they don't have an art book, but they do have a soundtrack. And the soundtrack is okay as a substitute, it's not my preference. They do have pins, though. I don't know this game that well. I don't know if those 3 characters are like cool or popular. I'm assuming because they made a pin of them, they are. But you get 3 pins. That's very fair. And the steelbook is solid. And you get a box. That fits a good registration.
And a keychain, a poster, from the game. There will be 5 of these collector's editions, 1 for each game, and each one will include this little acrylic standee. We know this because there's a statue that LRG has been promoting. We don't know what it will look like. We have no idea what the size is. We don't know anything about it, but we do know that it has 5 little slots on its base so that you can plug in your acrylic standee.
That's actually kind of a cool idea.
Light up. Now, they're selling a collector's box for each of the Shantae games. They've only sold 2 of the games so far, meaning if you want...
I've played one of them. It was Half Genie Hero. Yeah, my company gave me a code for Half Genie Hero. Half Genie Hero was actually pretty fun. That's the only one I played, though, is Half Genie Hero, and that was actually pretty fun. It was good.
Games. They've only sold 2 of the games so far.
Shantae for Smash, I'm surprised that they did not include her. I think she's like a spirit.
Meaning if you want the full set with the acrylic standees, you have to buy.
Yeah, they're fun little platformers.
Keep tabs on their site for the next year to get the other.
Yeah, look at that animation sprite of Half Genie Hero. I was impressed by it.
5 $79.99 collector's editions for a total of $399.95. That includes 5 standees. You can only use if you also buy the probably $200 statue at...
I don't know if you noticed or not, but if somebody's going to be a hardcore Shantae fan, they're going to buy the collector's edition of every single one of these games anyway. I really don't know who he's complaining to. He is preaching to a choir that is not in attendance. Who is he complaining about? Motherfucker, I have bought the collector's edition of every single Resident Evil and Zelda game I could afford. And if I could have this cool statue that if I bought all the collector's edition, it lights up to become a mega bigger statue, I sure as hell am buying that. Because yeah, $80 here, $80 here, yeah, it adds up, but you're not eating that at the entire time. Collecting is an expensive hobby, but those people know this going in. I really don't know who you're talking to.
At the end of all of it, so you can plug them all together. Imagine.
By the way,
being
good
the
sprite art
guy
on
who
that.
buys the statue,
On some of these
but
games, these are really good
didn't
sprites.
buy
Look at these
or
sprites, very
couldn't
animated,
get
very
the
colorful.
collector's edition with the standees. You're
I
going
think it's
to have
Game
a
Boy
statue
Advance
that's
games.
incomplete forever. Imagine buying a collector's edition for $80 and then being.
I can not only imagine it, I've done it several times. Like I just said, earlier today spent $250 on a collector's edition for a game that comes out in a year.
Told, hey, this part of the thing you bought is for this other thing.
And I'm not losing
if you
sleep
buy
over it.
Also buy all the rest of them. Hey, and while you're there, pick up the $74.99 skateboard.
This dude has never ever worked in retail. He does not understand the concept of upselling. It is becoming so evident this man has no business experience whatsoever.
Deck and the trading card set and the hoodie and the stickers and the separately colored steel.
Dude, if I was a Shantae fan and I could individually buy the steelbook cases for all the games, I sure as shit would do that. That's awesome. I wish there were more steelbook options for some of the games that I buy normally. I would absolutely buy a steelbook.
Books and
I don't know if you noticed or not, but hoodies and t-shirts sell very well among the collector community. People absolutely buy t-shirts. By the way, buy my t-shirt.
Then
I need to come up with new designs though, because I said I'd come up with a design for every one of the retired series and I haven't done that. My bad. Don't cancel.
Slip covers. It's beyond milking. It's frankly pretty gross.
It's upselling, and you're an idiot if you leave money on the table.
There are two.
A Spirit and a Me costume? Oh, cool. When they did the poll for who do you want to be in Smash Brothers way back in the day, and they had like 5, I put in Bayonetta, which became 1. I put in Simon Belmont, who became 1. I put in Bomberman, who became an assist. I put in Phoenix Wright, who I still believe should be in there. And I did put in Shantae. Because I wanted characters that were like different, very vibrant though, and could be interesting fighters. Like I felt like these could be interesting fighters. And they also represented franchises that were big.
Two other things that just kind of bother me, and I couldn't really figure out where to fit them in, but I wanted to be reasonably comprehensive. And
you are comprehensive, the amount of bullshit you're spreading, that's for sure. You're laying it on thick.
And after asking some friends and Brody, the editor, he agreed that this was bad enough that I couldn't justify not including it. So
this dude can afford an editor. I'm actually kind of jealous. This is the YouTuber jealousy right here. Must be nice.
Here's my 2 issues. I understand if you think they are minor. First,
that's okay. Every one of your points so far have been negligent, unsupported, or minor. It would actually fit the tone of the video.
Limited Run actively solicits Twitch subscribers. That's really weird to me.
Why? If you have a Twitch channel, why would you not solicit Twitch subscribers? Please, as somebody who is on YouTube, please tell me how it's unusual that if you have a channel, you don't solicit subs.
Not only do they allow viewers on...
I'm still to this day surprised that Bayonetta and Sora made to Smash. Bayonetta, I'm not. Sora has always been requested. I'm not surprised when they said that Sora was the most requested person. I didn't request him on it because I thought he was already going to be in it. I'm like, they're going to put Sora in there. Of course. That turned out. It did eventually become true, but I didn't put him on my poll because I thought he was already a gimme. I did not support Dante. I don't care about Dante being in Smash.
On the Twitch streams to subscribe at all, something a lot of corporate accounts simply don't enable in the first place, but they actively encourage it as a, quote, way to support the stream.
This man is on YouTube with how many ads on his video have we clicked through, and he's trying to shame another person for just doing the hustle. What is wrong with this? This is hypocrisy, motherfucker, right here. Hold on. Motherfucker has a join button. So he is going to shame limited run games for having a $5 sub, but he's not going to bring up the point that he has a $25 sub that has nothing except feeling of accomplishment. Really? Really? MRIXRT. How do you say this? Mr. Ixert? Marixer? How do you say this? Has he said his name at all in this video? This motherfucker right here is putting a $25 nothing. Does he actually have subs on this? I almost want to try this. Hey, if I put literally nothing, would you guys sub for $25? No, because I respect you guys more than that. I just have one sub tier. If you want to give me more, you can, but whatever. And what do you even get for this? You get the usual emojis, you get your name and your credits. Okay, cool. You gotta highlight a comment. I don't see any highlighted comments, man. I don't see any highlighted comments. This motherfucker right here.
As we continue our path to partner, they provide colored names and roles on their Discord.
Hey, so do I.
Even do subscriber only streams where if
that's a very common reward.
If you're not subscribed,
if you had subs on Twitch, you should consider doing the same.
You can't watch the stream.
Yeah, that's why it's called sub only. It's almost like having sub only chat, where if you're not sub, you can't chat. That's the whole point.
They're soliciting payments. It's sort of gross.
What's gross is you charging $25 for a sub on your channel and offering literally nothing. That's gross. Oh my god.
Is it not for a company that is selling you something to also take your money for free?
I mean, it's better than being given no entertainment and taking my money for nothing.
Their live streams are literally ads. Literally.
Says the guy who we've gone through how many ads so far? How many ads have we gone through so far?
Here's a game we sell that you can buy. Followed by, also, please donate. It just feels gross.
Oh, this is handy. I'm gonna ring this up here. Please donate. It's just gross. Please donate. It's just gross. Please donate. It's just gross. He even has a Twitch. Please donate. It's just gross. This is a walking hypocrite. A walking hypocrite. Please continue, Mr. IXRT. Please continue.
Secondly, and I bring this up because it turns out this is a fairly common...
Ooh, I love this game. This game I absolutely bought physical, and I bought digital anyway. Because it's such a niche thing, but I love Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. I don't love racing games in general. I don't even love Star Wars games in general, but I loved this game. I love this game so much.
Common misunderstanding, but limited run artificially...
I would not play with the jank Joy-Con mode, though. This game already requires pretty precise... It's a tough racer, too.
Inflates the value of their games by artificially lowering the issue number. See, you have breach...
No, they don't. Because if they don't artificially raise the prices on almost all of the base ones are pretty standard. You're looking at anywhere from $30 to $60. And then for the collector's edition, it really depends. Sometimes they're $80 to $100 ones, and sometimes there are super mega deluxe editions, big whale editions that are like $200, $300, but they know that those are going to be for whales. That's why they only have a few hundred. They don't overprice any of their stuff. They set the only price, and like we've said before, if the customer and consumer buys it at that price, it is a justified price. You may not like it, you may not agree with the value, but you have the absolute freedom at any point in the transaction to walk away. You don't like it, you don't buy it. Very simple.
and Clear as number 001, but you also have Cthulhu Saves Christmas as number 0. But
because, as it clearly says, it is number 1 of the PS Vita run, and this is number 1 of the PS5 run. Wow! He doesn't even know how LRG uses their numbering scale. It is not hard to figure out. It is not confusing.
And also Thimbleweed.
What? A different series with its own numbering? Oh my god. Sam doesn't know what he's talking about. He's so stupid. I can't teach him anything.
Park as number 001. This is
How is that an
because
issue?
they cleverly, or perhaps cunningly, or connivingly
That's just you injecting words and attitudes. Cut that out right now.
restart their
He's attempting to phrase a neutral argument while using clearly biased language.
numbers every console. New console,
Yep.
new numbers.
Uh-huh.
And so instead of being number 386, it's number 001.
Yeah.
This also feels kind of gross.
How does it feel gross to organize things based on their actual, series? There are many people who only collect one platform library. They very much appreciate the fact that this is organized categorically by
And
their
I
numbers.
know I said 2 more things that bother me, but then there were more things, and I'm confident now that no matter how many times I go to revise this video, there's going to be one more thing that comes out. It's just all deleted or fairly minor or otherwise gets swept under the rug, and no one really puts together how pervasive and downright systemic the amount of weird or abusive or unprofessional limited run can be.
I don't think you're using the word systemic right, but let's go on.
So here's another couple of things. Now, this is just weird. I wasn't even going to talk about it at all until I had to sit down and record more audio to talk about the next thing. But Way Forward, the game publisher, their official Discord presence is the limited run Discord. They have their own rooms, they have hoisted roles, they have separate rules.
That is kind of weird. Like, why don't you get your own Discord site? Doesn't cost you anything. I'll admit, that's kind of weird. I wouldn't complain, but that actually is kind of weird.
For their Discord enclave. Sure, this doesn't really say anything specific about LRG, but it's just so weird how incredibly incestuous.
Why is he using the word incestuous? Why? That's such a weird... That's an absolutely gross term, especially since that's alluding to something that's, like, quite frankly, like, illegal and just depraved. But why is he using that word here? It's not appropriate. He's using it to create discomfort, and he is. But I'm also disturbed by, like, his obsession that he said it twice, and it has no applicable point to this.
These companies can be. Imagine if Insomniac Games had a section inside of Walmart that was a store that only sold Insomniac games.
It is called the PlayStation First Party section.
Had its own return policy and was staffed by
Video games do have their own return policy at Walmart, as a matter of fact.
by Insomniac employees.
That is a terrible example, but okay. Even in that case, how are you defining it as incestuous? Like, it's clearly just a small business partnership with the holding rights. Like, okay, real fast, nobody tell this man that in supermarkets, there are companies that pay for end cap space. That's not an incestuous relationship. They have their own specific rules about how that end cap has to be displayed, which products, and like what sections they have to be on, like which shelving. They specifically have that. That is how a lot of business partnerships work. How does he not know this and he's writing this? Oh my god. And that's by contract. They have to. Doritos has that end cap display in your local supermarket, and it has to be stocked a certain way with specific items in a certain manner. It has to. Otherwise, the supermarket can be sued for breaching violation. Same way for video game stores. Like there are people that pay for advertising space, and the specific thing has to be advertised there. And guess what? They do have their own rules. Same for cooler space, exactly. Like that whole thing about what if Insomniac had its own special section for video that they paid for that space and Walmart collected money and Walmart has to also oblige by whatever rules Insomniac has for that shelf space. In fact, they do have vendor specific spaces for many consumer electronics, like this is the Apple section or things like that. Like, yeah, that's a normal thing. This guy doesn't get it. He's so freaking ignorant economically.
It's kind of weird, right?
It's not weird, it's normal.
And it obviously serves more to bring customers to Walmart than it does to provide a good experience to Insomniac.
Yeah, no shit. Well, it's not really Walmart's thing. Walmart benefits from it because Walmart's being paid by the vendor themselves. The vendor, however, is paying for that prime real estate. They want that real estate right there to be front and center at eye level, things like that. This man does not know how the world works.
Fans. Well, that's here too, and it's just very, very strange. Way forward.
He keeps saying the word strange because he doesn't understand it.
Guys, I'll make you a Discord if you want. It's free. I run several with tens of thousands of members. You could have it in less than an hour, I promise. In fact, I've already done it.
That is a blurry ass screenshot. The hell did he take like a screenshot on like a 2040p screen and then blow it up on his monitor?
And it's yours, completely free, ready
Why is
to
it so
go.
low res?
It's identical to your current presence on limited run, but completely yours. And I'll teach you how to run it. I'll provide tutoring on the permissions to your admin. I'll give you guys a couple of weeks of support, and I'll help you submit to Discord to become a verified game server. DM me.
Oh, actually, that might have been the reason itself, is because Limited Run Games did have a verified Discord that had official privileges, and WayForward maybe didn't have that availability. So, like, yo, can we just piggyback off the server status that you have so we can provide it without actually doing it themselves? That's actually kind of smart. That would be like if I went to Square Enix and be like, hey, can I have an Oni Black Mage server on your Square Enix site? I'll pay money for it. And if Square Enix said, sure, no problem, and I was allowed to set up my entire Discord server on Square Enix's site, dude, that'd be amazing. You know how much exposure I would get? That's brilliant. I would absolutely pay that. That's a good idea. WayForward's actually playing it smart. If you're a small game publisher, why not be right there in terms of visibility and presence for people that are the active market and your target demographic? That's actually smart. I would totally do that. That'd be like paying for real estate space in a supermarket to be right there in front of the eyes of the people that really want it there. Complete global saturation. Yeah, I like how his example is not only wrong and misunderstood, it's actually a good idea. He just doesn't understand it because he didn't think it through.
On Twitter. Now, on to the other issue, which is the abusive, unprofessional side, and very much about LRG specifically.
Okay, he said abuse and unprofessionalism. This is, first of all, the unprofessional argument is hilarious because this man doesn't understand a professional environment. Clearly hasn't worked a real retail job in his life. Not even as a store stalker in a supermarket, I bet, because even they understand how planograms have to work.
This tweet was sent out.
Oh boy, Twitter. Watch out. Twitter is the true battleground for intellectuals.
Out today, as I'm writing this addendum, and I thought for a second that somehow this script had been leaked, right? Like that could
Okay,
be
he's bitching about something on Twitter.
Also,
This is a nothing burger. I can tell right now.
doesn't
Bitching about Twitter.
download a digital edition? You give your customers a Steam code without so much as an
I don't even live in New Jersey.
apology. No note that it
Okay, hold on. What was it?
Wonder
Shiren?
You got
It's
a
Shiren. I always
Steam
thought it was
code.
Shiren.
You bought Shiren the Wanderer on physical disc for the PC, and you got a piece of paper with.
Okay, that is a valid complaint. I will not argue that that is a valid complaint. That's also once.
The Steam code on it. Already, this after sport.
All right, so he's a bitch about it because I will give you 1 point. That is the only point in which, yes, you caught them red-handed. They completely misadvertised that, and they didn't give the customers what they want. Customers are correct in being mad. Good job.
Of $10. Yes, that's right. For giving you this, Steam provide a would quote me.
Oh, I love this. Connor the Dreamer. Is $10 refund to a 5-year-old customer? I love when customers feel entitled. I've been shopping here, blah, blah, blah amount of time. I feel entitled to bending the rules specifically for me. I'm never shopping here again. Cool, next. I'm legitimately on the verge of mental collapse. This sounds like a well-rounded individual. This sounds like a very, unbiased, absolutely rational, very calm, very mature speaking individual. If it bothers you that much, Connor the Dreamer, sue them. You could probably get a lawyer to take the case that Limited Run Games said this. Now, they did offer recompense, and they're offering
make it to ephemeral. They and it, yes,
but yeah, like go ahead and sue them. Like that's fine if you feel you win. But no, bitching on Twitter, that's always the more productive solution. We're gonna skip this section because it sounds like he's gonna harp on this. Yeah. Twitter. Yeah, Twitter.
Pay for a fake.
Okay, here we go. Why do people collect? This should be rich. Let's hear what he has to say. Walgreens are Doritos, Frito-Lay's vendors took care of stocking and facing all displays. We didn't touch them. Yeah, there's also that too. Like in our Sony Nintendo kiosks had official reps and vendors who would come in, make sure that they were properly set to a certain standard. Sometimes they would set us stuff that we had to set up, and they would come in to verify that it was correctly per company standards. But ultimately, at the end of the day, like it's still real estate in a physical space in your store. Like, come on, man.
This game at all. What?
Why do people collect? I really want to hear his rational argument for why people collect. Let's play out.
Drives you to pay for a fake collectible.
Because I fucking feel like it. Get off my back.
Artificially limited and artificially driven up in price with false rarity. Why would you do this?
Why would you title a YouTube video The Truth About Limited Run Games and provide nothing but speculation, lack of entertainment, and shallowly, quote-unquote, Googled, I'm not even going to call it researched, complaints more than actual counter-arguments or proving a driving central point about the actual quote-unquote truth about limited run games? It's amazing how much you do not advertise the complete lack of evidence. I don't know, why would you make a YouTube video about that, Mr. IXRT?
As many of you know, I sometimes like to delve into the psychology of a thing.
Yes, I notice you do. Your psychology is I'm an idiot, and therefore I know my target audience because I'm an idiot.
I think it helps us understand.
Here's the part where he says, I believe I'm a psychologist, therefore I believe I'm uniquely qualified and expert enough to talk about this at a slightly elevated level of education to you, the viewer, who I am now going to presume does not understand my highly intellectual perspective on this. By all means. Everyone back off. His ego's inflating. Back off, you don't want it touching you.
When we understand ourselves. Collection is actually an instinctive predilection, and there's lots of reasons why you might do it. Knowledge. Perhaps you're collecting because you want to learn or know things. Relaxation. You can find the act itself to be relaxing. There's people who collect.
What is this in the background? I'm trying to look. Oh, he's literally reposting pictures from something he Googled online on collections.
Something purely for the appreciation of beauty. There's the pride of ownership. You can feel proud to be the one who has this thing.
Right, like your $24.99 a month subscription tier. Like you literally said, pride of ownership. Yep, really don't feel like I'm collecting anything. I really don't feel like I'm appreciating its rarity.
social interaction. You can interact with other collectors who also like this thing you like, and you can interact with the people behind the item you're collecting, the celebrities or businesses that made it. Competitive challenge. This is one gamers are very aware of, the competitive urge to collect them all. Recognition. Others will be awed by your awesome collection. Altruism.
Yeah, because I want to put this physical box on my wall of virginity.
A lot of people collect things to donate them to museums. A desire to bring order, the want to put everything in its place. Perhaps it's a life goal.
Whose life goal is to collect a video game? Come on, man. I think you can set your standards a little higher than that.
Gives you a purpose in life to collect. There's also the nostalgic connection to history, the feeling that you're part of the story. And finally, the diversification.
I don't know about nostalgic connection to history. As somebody who regularly deals in archiving of video game stories for ironically preservation purposes, I don't feel like I'm nostalgically connected to history. Diversification of wealth? No, that is not true. This is just something to buy. Which, to be fair, you do want to buy a lot of things if you have a lot of money, because otherwise Uncle Sam can't collect taxes on your standing capital.
Of wealth, such as art and jewelry. These are the reasons people collect, though most collectors will be an amalgamation, a combination of these.
Oh shit, is that what amalgamation is? Damn, your psychology degree. I don't think you actually graduated from, but pursued a liberal arts degree. Thank you for defining that for me. Appreciate it.
Reasons. Historically speaking, someone who collected rare or unique items would have greater wealth because they owned rare things.
Technically they don't, because the whole point of collecting something is to hold it. That does not increase wealth. It does increase value, but only under the presumption that it's being sold. Which some, I don't know, collectors are different. Some will buy and hold and sell at a later price, or some are going to try to get buried with it. Who knows?
Similarly, someone who held on to a lot of things would be more likely to succeed in different situations because they...
Literally, the background is more interesting than his quote-unquote explanation for why people collect.
Had the things they needed readily available. This got passed down. This behavior was cemented as something admirable, and it became a common trait. Today, unfortunately, we are flooded with low-quality garbage, and our lizard...
That's true. Even I've scaled back on the amount of collecting I do for Collector's Edition, because let me tell you something, nothing comes to reality of how much crap you have than the moment you have to move. Because then you actually have his Pathfinder version of Mass Effect Andromeda. I want it in a raffle. I actually do have his Pip-Boy too. I should really sell some of this, because when you collect... Oh, Cyberpunk. I actually have that. Not the PS4 version, which I wish I had because they discontinued that disc, which intrinsically makes it more valuable. And I got from the company this statue, like a separate one from the collector's edition. It's literally a statue in a box. And it's literally the dude leaping off his motorcycle, crashing into a pole, running a dude, shooting another dude. It's actually kind of a cool statue, not gonna lie. But yeah, like when you have to box everything up, physically move it, and then find actual space where you're going to put it, that's when you realize, I really need to downsize the amount of crap I have. And that's when you sometimes realize that, sometimes it's just better to sell it or give it to somebody.
Brains don't really understand that it isn't
valuable. I also did get the first class edition of Final Fantasy VII that came with Cloud on the motorcycle. It's still in the box. I never opened it. I should probably sell that. I have this for PC too. Jesus Christ. I have a lot of this stuff. The Play Arts version of it. I actually did want the Yakuza 0 version with a shot glass set. I never got it. I saw it in a store. I thought I would pick it up, and I was like, I'll see if it's here tomorrow. It wasn't there tomorrow. I do have this Witcher Collector's Edition. We'll see.
Ever before. So how rare something really is or isn't.
This game, you're you're not ready for it.
I agree. I'm not ready for Rebound Live.
Gets muddled and misunderstood. This compulsion to collect can become overwhelming, and for a lot of limited run customers, it's exactly that.
How dare you speak on behalf of understanding limited run customers? Who did you talk to? Did you put out a survey? Did you collect data? Or are you just assuming based on what you think people's buying habits and lifestyles are, you're understanding the psychology of it? No, check yourself. Man, what a fucking pretentious asshole.
They have a compulsion. They need to collect these games.
No, I don't need to collect it. In the moment, I thought I wanted it and I could buy it and afford it. It wasn't going to crimp me, so I bought it. And then later I realized maybe I should just sell it because I don't want it as much anymore. Need was never part of it. I didn't need this like I need to eat or I need to pay my taxes or I need to take a shit sometimes. Oh my god. Fucking armchair intellectual here. He's on Reddit, so who else am I? He sources Reddit, so of course he's armchair intellectual.
They are essentially video game merchandise hoarders.
That much I will agree to. It is absolutely video game merch hoarding at this point. I absolutely agree with that.
And if you think you might be, or you know someone who might be, it's fairly easy to identify. Can you clearly describe why you collect?
Yes.
What drives you to own these things?
Greed.
If you can't describe why you're doing it, it may not be a collection, it may be a hoard.
No, because a lot of people sometimes don't understand why they do something, do it anyway. That may surprise you, believe it or not.
This isn't...
I know when you're copy-pasting Wikipedia articles, it's hard to get a grasp of reality.
Unique either to humans or limited run games. Pack rats exist.
No shit, that's why we call people who hoard things pack rats. Amazing.
That's not a term that was made up. It's an animal that steals and hoards things in its nest. Shells, pieces of glass, shiny plastic, and pretty rocks. Magpies steal jewelry and coins, and other companies...
Yeah, that's a really nice plumage. Those are magpies? Those look cool.
...have tapped into the fact that we...
Javier, I'm lucky you own very little, so moving into... I also am somebody who, as I've gotten older, have realized that, I don't know, I'm feeling like I'm not as young as I am, or I used to be, obviously. Every day we get a little older. But like when I was younger, I was like, I want to have this, I want to have this, I want to have this. And I can identify the psychological sourcing behind that in my youth. I'm not going to share it. But the whole point is that I moved past that point in my life, you know, because people mature, unlike what this person believes in a bubble. And I'm like, I would much rather live more simplistically, more minimalist, to be honest. I would much prefer that growing older.
Share this foraging part of our brain with animals. Pokemon,
Pokemon.
Joe, Cabbage Patch Kids, Beanie Babies. All products that tapped into the meat and chemicals of our brain.
Yeah, because those were all advertised well. They were trends. And for a moment, if you did cash in on their popularity, you made a lot of money.
And made other people rich.
Are they all stupid? Yes. You did make other people rich. Why weren't you rich because of it, though? Something to think about.
You can even see it outside of tchotchkes, and it's become semi-regularly referred to as magpie culture. The magpies from earlier lending their name to...
Okay, so far his entire thing is, why do people collect? He did not say why do people collect. He said what collecting is and what some of the possible motivators are, but he didn't actually directly conclude why do people collect. This motherfucker's just copy-pasting Wikipedia.
To the idea that we...
So did you know people have different reasons for collecting? Yes, I do believe people have different rational reasons for doing anything they choose to do with their money. Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. You didn't point anything out. You're just restating the obvious and taking credit for it for some reason.
Flittery hoarders who can't shake off our primal instincts to collect, gathering the shiniest of toys and then hiding it in a closet where no one can see it.
I love this first world argument, by the way. This is in no way applicable to the general collecting status and ability for the rest of the world. But by all means, please continue.
So after all of this, I just don't think that limited run is worth investing.
Also, what did that complaint have to do with anything? He complained about the customer base who likes to complain and quote-unquote the truth about limited run games. That has nothing to do with limited run games. Yes, limited run games caters to collectors, obviously as their target demographic, but what does the actual reason why people who buy the things buying them matter to limited run games? Who cares? They're offering a product, people can choose to buy it. Who cares if it's collectors? Why did you waste this much time? Why was that your closing argument?
Investing your money with. There's a lot of game preservation companies that could be, but this just isn't one of them.
You're right. It's almost like they never were to begin with. Amazing.
Frankly, preservation hasn't even been a goal for limited run games.
Yeah, because it never was. If you knew this, why did you make a big deal in the beginning like it was? It's almost like you wanted to pad out your YouTube video to an hour to get more ad revenue. I'm not blaming the game, man. I understand the hustle, get your bag, but at the same time, this is an insultingly long video for no point. I don't know, maybe it was entertaining to you guys listening in chat.
Games since the Switch released. I originally intended to position this video as a sort of do better, to shame limited run by exposing some...
To shame them. You didn't shame anybody. The most embarrassing thing here was your cringe ass complaining.
Shady, scummy things they did, and then encourage them.
They did one scummy thing, and that was the Sheeran the Wanderer thing. I will absolutely agree with that. Every other aspect of your video was bullshit.
Them to do a better job, to service their mission statement and...
Oh, you mean the mission statement of Forever Physical, not game preservation? I think they're doing a pretty good job. Except, again, for Sheeran the Wanderer.
To service their customers. But after working on this for several weeks, I've come instead to the conclusion that none of this is a surprise to them. They single-handedly started the relentless limited print model, and I think they're pretty happy with that. It is so easy to find solutions to these problems, and it's not my job to do that. So I can't imagine that if it were my job to find solutions, I wouldn't have found them already. Stop charging for boxes for shipping.
Motherfucker, no. Boxes cost money. That is going to be part of the customer shipping and handling fees. Get over it.
You're selling collectibles. Treat them that way.
Yes, that's why we're charging you for a box that's not going to be a cheap piece of Chinese cardboard.
Institute a third-party or multiple-step quality control before printing thousands.
If you want that, then be prepared to pay that extra premium service on top of the price of your actual thing. If you gave people the option, they're not going to care about that. Because if they're going to get something like this, a Chex Quest coin, replica little blaster, a replica Chex box thing, poster, soundtrack, whatever else is in here, quality check, who are you going to recommend? Name one or two companies that actually provide this service that are recognized in the collecting sphere. You're not going to go ahead and get it graded by WADA. Jesus Christ.
Of copies of a game with
what an asinine request.
When you negotiate a timed physical exclusive with a publisher, tell customers what that window is. So,
well, considering that the publisher, being the publisher, can tell whatever the fuck they want, no, limited run can't actually obligate that. Because they're requesting, hey, when can you get this done? Okay, cool. Hey, customers, I'm taking pre-orders on something that's going to be in roughly this window. Okay, I have this many orders. Let me go back to here. Okay, we have this many orders. Okay, well, per our actual thing, you have to get order quantity of X much before we can actually distribute anything. Okay, fine. I'm going to order this much. It's going to be roughly this window. Let's sign the paper. And that's how it is. That is not how that contract is laid out, man.
So they don't get screwed when the publisher releases a different physical edition.
Wait, you're blaming limited run for the publisher screwing limited run? Wow. Great. Amazing.
Edition the day after your...
Also, cheddar Chex Mix? Gross.
Your own sale has ended. Do some quality control with your partners.
That ain't what it's about. Sorry, but if our partners violate our contract, then yes, you drop them. What do you mean perform quality control? How do you perform quality control on a partner? What does that even mean? Quantify that statement. What does quality control on a partner mean? How can you do that? Who would evaluate such a thing? Why is the metrics relevant to the point of sale? This man doesn't understand anything about this. This is baffling.
Set clear and transparent qualifications for when a game will be released.
Set qualifications for when the game releases. I'm not sure what he means. I think he means when X many things are ordered, or when, like, you know, the sales close out at a certain date? What does he mean qualify for when the game releases? That seems like a redundant part for complaining about notifying customers about timed exclusivity, which again, LRG has no way to foresee or guarantee. It's not their prerogative. What does that even mean?
Will it include DLC
Okay,
or
here.
not?
Wait. What is the question of will it include DLC matter for the core qualifications for when the game releases? They can't control the version that gets printed. But they also cannot control if the publisher decides at any point in time to later release a patch update, extra feature, accessibility port, whatever. LRG can't do anything about that. They can't control if it requires a patch. Say there's a graphics card that comes out later and isn't compatible with that software and needs a software patch for a driver. LRG doesn't control that. You idiot.
Will it require a patch or not? Will it just be a digital download code?
Okay, in that case, they have not, except for the case of Sheer and the Wanderer, ever, by your own evidence and Googled research, shown that they've ever violated that for the hundreds of publishings that they've done. They fucked up once. Cool. Have they done it again? No, so it's not a pattern. Stop acting like it's a pattern. It's not a pattern. They have been very transparent on the format with which something's going to be released.
Or not. Additionally, some serious consideration.
This man's really going to get on these guys' ass for being 99% perfect and not 100% perfect. Jesus Christ.
Needs to go into how you treat your potentially addicted customers.
Potentially addicted customers. Wow. You act like this man's selling heroin. Jesus Christ. Again, collecting is a field of just a hobby. It's a expensive hobby. Anybody who's collecting is not, blind to that fact. It is not an addiction. No one is addicting to collecting. Some people are, and they have mental issues, but that's the precluding issue. It's not the collecting itself.
The ethics of selling.
You also literally can't. Like, there's a limit to how much you can buy. Like, yeah, you can go into debt buying something, which again, that's your own fault. It's not LRG's fault. But that's something wrong with the consumer. That's consumer accountability.
Selling a rare game with a rarer version for a premium plus.
Yeah, that's what it means to be rare. You sell at a premium. Yeah, it's usually how it goes, man.
The whole selling $1 games that were free on PS Plus.
Doesn't matter that it was free on PS Plus, doesn't matter it was $1, because those were digital releases. The whole point of them is they're selling it physical, and because that is a limited quantity and a limited time, i.e. a limited run, even if you do a second run, it's still intrinsically limited. Yes, you are going to pay for that premium. I don't understand how you don't understand this.
For $40 thing.
Shout out to River City Ransom.
In fact, your selection of games overall should be a lot more transparent, or at least custom.
Wait, hold on.
For $40 thing. In fact, your selection of games overall should be a lot more transparent, or.
What do you mean the selection of games is more transparent? They let you know months ahead of time what the next wave of games are going to be. You know what's coming up. They are very transparent. They plaster that shit everywhere. Literally, you pull open their website, it's the first thing. It says coming soon, and it tells you when shit's coming soon. Imagine that. What are you talking about?
Or at least customer focused. Games like.
All of them are customer focused because they want the customer to buy it. Idiot.
Jak 3 already exist in the millions, physical copies no less, so is that really the game that deserves to take up someone's entire expendable...
That is a choice that is for the consumer. All LRG is doing is saying, hey, Jak 3, which by the way, Jak 3 is not available in the millions on the PS4. It's available on the millions on older hardware that people may not have access to, are not going to buy the physical hardware for, and aren't going to pirate it. They want to play it on their PS4, but they want to play it physically on their PS4. And who's the only people who are going to create a physical release for Jak 3 on the PS4? It's LRG. That is the reason why. It is not that hard to understand. This man is trying to force an issue that doesn't exist.
income for the month? Why isn't there a lottery? Graphics cards do this, Newegg does this, but Limited Run's idea
Lotteries are bad ideas.
of a perfect system is one where you have seconds to click.
That is not true. I really don't know where he's getting this allegory from. I have never seen, or at least please provide evidence. Please provide literally any evidence, Mr. IXRT. Literally any evidence supporting any of these claims. Any. Where people have said, I went to buy this thing, it's sold out. Show a news report, show a customer complaint, show anything. You have not backed up that claim in any capacity. His only source is trust me, bro. I don't, oh my god. People believe this shit too. I can't believe this man has clout.
And pray. Scalpers are the only people benefiting from this backward system of ordering during preset times of the day.
That is factually incorrect. Usually the ordering period is usually like a 24-hour period in the very beginning. And even then, it's until either quantities are filled or X amount of time happens. They give you a couple days to do it. It's not like 2 a.m. in the morning. This man's confusing these for freaking like 3090 Ti cards.
And yet the solution wasn't to combat that, but to ignore it. There's
Because it's not an issue. Amazing.
too many variants and you're taking advantage of completionists. There's point.
How are they taking advantage of completionists? By upselling things. That's literally how all sales works. Oh man, you bought this burger? Would you like fries with that? How dare you take advantage of my completionist nature to provide more food items for me to consume for this meal? How dare you? Oh my god. What a chump.
It's trading cards intended to serve only as an.
Guess what? I bought the Scott Pilgrim physical. I didn't give a shit about these cards, so I didn't buy them. Wow, amazing.
Extra hook to drive people to buy more, and yet only the owners will ever have a complete collection.
Yeah, that's the whole point of collecting.
Maybe you're the fraction of a fraction that refuses to buy digital.
Maybe you're making up bullshit numbers and you have yet to substantiate any of your claims. Oh wait, my point's actually correct.
Okay, so Limited Run is the only way you can play some of these games without bending your...
No, Limited Run is not saying they're the only way to play these games. They're saying that they are the only way to buy them physically, asterisk, unless the publisher changes their mind at a later date and chooses to self-publish. You are putting words in their mouth. They have never claimed that.
Morals to accept the digital future. You...
Digital world.
Should be the most upset.
Oh my god, Lawbreakers, Jesus Christ. Which, by the way, that's not an LRG title. That's just it. Because he's not even bringing this up. Like, that game is not an LRG release. That is, they also just sometimes sell PS4 games like any other marketer. Like, whatever. This is not evidence.
About this. Because...
But you know, your amazing editor who agrees with you didn't point that
the
out.
One who gets shafted when a game won't launch without a patch. You're the one.
No, it isn't, because many of these digital releases, guess what, are supported by the actual original manufacturers. Like, you're gonna get a patch. Like, if Risk of Rain comes out and gets a patch later, just because you bought physically, you're still connected online. If you're connected online, you're gonna get that patch. They support the product. This man's full of shit.
One who gets spun out of the zeitgeist and can't engage in conversation.
How dare you take advantage? I need to buy how many different pin variations are there? 30. You're taking advantage of my completionism. I need to buy all 30 of these pins. How dare you? Oh my god.
With the rest of the world because you're 2 years behind everyone. You're the one paying a premium.
Well, if you're 2 years behind everyone, you're paying a premium for that, then shame on you. Don't be late.
Just to get...
You snooze, you lose, as they say.
Deprioritized. And if you dare to complain, they're going to ban you.
That is not true. You only have 4 cases out of 8 customer service complaints out of 12 total complaints on the Better Business Bureau of people that have pursued suggestively illegitimate return claims and probably harassing the return team and therefore getting blacklisted. That is what you are referring to. That is not the standard.
Bring it full circle.
Why does that guy have a giant Wreck-It Ralph statue right there? It's so weird.
The guy who Tommy
I could never live in a basement like this. Jesus Christ.
Tallarico was
Why is he bringing up Tommy Tallarico again? That literally had nothing to do with any of his points.
complaining about was Frank Cifaldi, the founder of the Video Game History Foundation. If not for that series of tweets,
Oh my god, referencing Twitter. Skip. Oh, this is the end of the video, thank God.
Video in the corner, and as they called limited run games. You can watch another video in the corner, and as always, I'll see you on the next one.
I'm not even going to entertain this one, should we preserve games, given how intellectual this guy thought he was. Wow. Thank you everyone who made it this far. By the way, I don't know if you noticed or not, but sometimes I enjoy just dissecting and chewing on incredibly asinine arguments by people. Was that entertaining to you guys? I don't know. I did not expect for this to take that long. Let's review. Unsupported part, misunderstanding of how things work, misappropriation of their argument, misunderstanding of how it works, redundant point if anything. Misunderstanding how it works, misunderstanding how it works, misunderstanding how it works, or attempting to demonize, misunderstanding how it works, misappropriation of the argument, misunderstanding how it works, absolutely misrepresenting evidence, misunderstanding how it works, bitching, one actual version, which was Sheeran the Wanderer, misunderstanding and also misrepresenting people, complete lack. This was such a waste. Oh my god. He did not well articulate it. I was hoping that even if you're going to provide a bullshit argument, at least provide like a good argument, something persuasive, back it up with evidence, even if it's cherry-picked evidence, like he did with the customers thing. Even though we could clearly tell he was cherry-picking. This was an incredibly idiotic presentation. Holy shit. Got so many views too, I'm very jealous, by the way. How dare you put that as 001? I'm offended. Also, I don't think anybody who collects from LRG actually cares about any of these. Like, these don't come up literally in any circles of collectors. Nobody gives a shit. This man's over-magnifying issues. Oh, look, I can watch my own watch-along. That's cool. Yeah, this guy even points out that independently operated stores inside other stores is actually a real thing. That's actually true. You do see that. Yeah, you actually see it kind of semi-commonly too, of like smaller businesses inside a bigger business to piggyback off the real estate and the exposure to customers. Your channel's a hidden gem, mother. Jeez, actually, well, I don't want to rip on this guy too much, even though he's literally shown first impressions to be an idiot. But
my name is Moriarty, and I am a game critic.
You are certainly a game critic. Video game essays. Never said they were well-made essays. Okay, let's take a look at what this guy typically makes. I'm curious about his content. +40 games that deserve a sequel. I almost want to watch this to argue with it, but maybe for another time. Worst game of all time, best game you ever played, probably not. What's wrong? What's wrong? Should be. I like this game. History of social deduction. He couldn't even capitalize on the peak of Among Us a year ago. That's embarrassing. Probably because he thought I was being intellectual about it. You're catering to the wrong crowd, man. Doom, you kill stuff. Wow, how reductive. Public mistake. I will say this though, he is talking. A lot of these are opinion pieces. He's trying to pass off as academic, assuming he's not complaining. I actually have a copy of Oni. Bungie's forgotten game. It's really not forgotten. What's more forgotten are some of their earlier titles. Those are more forgotten. Underdog to villain. Oh, how fucking dramatic. Horror games will never be scary. Wow, such a tough guy. Your favorite game sucks. Wow, how pretentious. Yeah, this is very poor. Yeah, this guy kind of sucks. All right, I'm releasing everybody here because I kept you against your will, like LRG forced you into watching this. You thought you were watching of your own volition. I was actually pressuring you with FOMO, saying if you don't watch this live, you will never get a chance to watch this again live. I forced you into that. You thought you were in control of watching this. I forced you into it, according to this guy's logic. I'm gonna have to report back to Kit that this was a very poorly made video. Actually, that's not true. The editor did a good job of production. The argument, the quote unquote essay, was incredibly underinformed, very misrepresented, used multiple logical fallacies, and showed a very clear lack of comprehension, understanding, or research when it comes to very common business practices that are done on the everyday effort. This man is economically ignorant, and it is painfully clear, especially since he's trying to stretch and associate problems that are unrelated to the company to being the company's fault just because he doesn't like them. He cherry-picked arguments, and with the exception of one actual case, none of his points were supported with any credible evidence. And he's a type of person who takes Reddit just trust me bro as a source. This man's an idiot. And with that, I'm done. I did not expect to be up this late. I wonder if we're becoming dangerously common of me using watch-alongs to just roast other people's really asinine videos. I don't know, I kind of have fun with it. I don't know if you guys are into it or not, but we'll see. You at least showed up and stayed around, so I appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, I'm gonna get off for now. I got a video I gotta work on. I just put out one recently, Trails in the Sky second chapter. Please give it a watch if you haven't already. There is going to be more Trails games coming very soon because the next series is coming up to being translated, so it'll be a good fresher for that if you care. Other than that, links in the description below for ways you can support me and the channel. And my raid team is assembled for Friday. It is tentative if we're gonna have a watch along for Danganronpa on Saturday. I will keep you posted, but it really depends on when we beat this raid. So we will see. Till then, thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next battlefield.